Hey everyone. Oh, that one Kano, you like that intro? I can never tell like who actually sticks around and sees the intro and the outro and all that, but I did put in a little bit of you know what, actually, just to spoil everyone who's here a bit early, because you probably won't be around to see the exit screen. I'll swap back, okay? The stream's not actually ending, but I find this one hilarious. Let me know if I'm just dead wrong about it. But this is the outro I put together based on my based on my college experience where I was really trying to get into musical theater. I'll be right back. Woo! Okay, I don't know why. I saw that like TikTok sound where, you know, they'll take like a music video or something and then just remove all the audio and add the squeaking effect. And it just makes everything look so cringe, like so unbelievably cringe. And that musical, I was proud of it, but it was definitely cringy. It was in the heights. But what's up, everybody here early? Gray, about 99 ninjas, and the sealed case. Apologize, y'all might have been in here a little bit earlier than like just a few minutes ago. I did have the stream scheduled for 10 a.m., but I think I need to revisit that. 6-hour days are a little too long with the lack of new Flesh and Blood cards, right? So I think for June, just so I can put more time on some other projects, we're going to shorten the streams to like 3 to 4 hours. Still try to do them every day. That's still the goal. I think it's super fun to just show up every day and hang out with everybody. So that'll still be the goal. I just don't think they need to be 6 hours long in June because, there's not like too many new things going on, you know? Cycling through all the heroes is something I can definitely get to in like a 3-hour window, and then maybe we don't overblow them and I can actually go revisit and have like, different mental state on a new day, play something a bit better, maybe a bit worse, whatever. What's up, Ethan? Big announcement. Woo. Yeah, dude. Actually, I forgot to even mention that. We'll talk about it in a second. Yo, man, Sant, how are you? You just got back to Indonesia. Handy, you freaking crushed it. Let me plug Handy real quick. Let me find you your stream game, because this fine gentleman waltzed into the stream and was just like, "Hey, you don't mind me. I'm just going to call in Singapore. You want to play games to help me practice?" And then this dude, what do you end up, like top 16 or something? God dang, dude. I'm gonna take the credit for that. You're welcome. I prepped you. I put you through the gauntlet. Where did you play? Was it the end of day 1, I think? I think it was the end of day 1. Let me find it. Yeah, here it is. Look at this guy. Hey, look who's in the chat right here. Look at this name. Also, is there there almost seems to be like a delay. I'm not sure. Advanced. Okay, no, there shouldn't be a delay. I was messing around with some settings for the Battle Hardened this weekend, so that's lucky, because I was hyping up that delay. I was putting like 15 minutes. Okay, cool. Oh no, you got wrecked on day 2? Oh man. You didn't get top 24 with that record? Dude, that's still really good though. You put on, this game was just a mountain of hurt. Absolute mountain of hurt. Oh, it's only 720. Okay. Yeah, let's recap this game real quick. So, Fi, if you go through and watch this game, I'm surprised Fi even dealt 23 damage, because he only activates Phoenix Flame twice. Literally twice. The entire game, he's just getting absolutely walloped by, you guessed it, Lexi's good draws. But I just thought it was so funny. Watching this game, he activates Fi to get Phoenix Flame literally twice. That's all he can do. The game was so one-sided. But this was our boy Handy on stream, which is just really cool. Very surreal. Look at that. Worldwide impact over here. Okay. Good job, Handy. Good performance. Yo, good morning. What's up, Aiden? Oh, what can I talk about before we dive in? Oh, yes, this big announcement. So, at noon, we're going to pivot and hype up the big announcement I've been alluding to for a bit. And I'm actually not overblowing it. It's a really big deal. Ever since, you all might remember, ever since those hard conversations with James and the LSS team back at Pro Tour, that sparked some big change, right? It really did. Oh my god, why is this hurting so much? Sparked some big change, and that change has been really active in the background for like the past month of how I am going to start approaching coverage, right? And we have our next big event this weekend in Battlehard in Baltimore. And so to really make this week all about the excitement and the hype for Battlehard in Baltimore, we're dropping the big announcement of things today. I spent all weekend making the video, so we're going to tune in. Hopefully it's cool. And yeah, then we can talk about it. But that'll happen at noon. So couldn't start right with the stream because we're trying to delay a bit so that all of the US is at least awake. It's still pretty early for our friends on the Pacific coast there. Are axes made of meat today? Yeah, they are. You know, I have a new appreciation for Meataxe. That's one of the reasons I put it all over the thumbnail. I played, actually with Chaotic Galaxies in the chat here, I played my first Monarch draft ever this weekend, and force drafted Levia. I mean, like, I just needed the sample size, right? I need to know how Levia feels. So from pack 1, I knew I was going to force Levia. It was a really, really bad seat to force Levia because on my right, there was another Levia. So for 2 packs, I was getting cut all the good Levia cards. Just is what it is. I knew I was going to play Levia from day 1, or from pack 1. So I just forced it and ended up building a deck with only 3 Blood Debt attacks. 1 red Hungering, 1 red Writhing, and I think a blue Dread Screamer. I mean, it was trash. Wait, you actually wasn't there? Wait, Chaotic Galaxy? You're Ethan. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, actually, yeah, you weren't there. Oh, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm crazy. Shoot, in my head, you're just always there if, like, Robin and David and them are there. Oh, that's true. You weren't there. Oh, whatever. Mine has escaped me already. But anyway. Oh, yeah, but there were 2 chains, so it's like you were there anyway, Ethan. But yeah, so I forced Levia and ended up with, like, just the strangest deck I've ever seen. It had 3 Blood Debt attacks. 3 Blood Debt attacks. And the rest were mostly generic 6s. I took every 7 in the deck, so, like, whatchamacallit, the Lunar Tide Plunderers, like the Red Smash with big trees, like all that stuff. I took as many 7 attacks as I could, and I took every Unworldly Bellow that I could. And I had this game plan of play first cycle, try to keep 2-card hands for 7 damage. You know, it's a pretty good trade. You throw a Smash with Big Tree, throw a Lunar Tide Plunder or whatever, and then pitch stack the deck with all the Unworldly Bellows and the Writhing Beast Hulk. And that's it. That's it. And then get to the fatigue state, keep a 3-card hand, and come in for 10 dominate. That was it. That was the whole plan. And it actually worked. It actually, well, not wholly. I went 2-1. But one of my losses was to an absolutely insane chain deck with Soul Reaping and Shadow Puppetry and, like, Invert Existence even, which blew apart my plan. Like, when you have those hot of pulls, I don't think I can ever win that. Invert Existence alone just ruins how I'm trying to play that game, you know? But it was a really, really cool way to play Levia. This whole idea of you have power in your deck. You've got these badass creatures. You got Endless Maw. You got Hungering Slaughter Beast, Writhing Beast Hulk, Dread Screamer, Graveling Growl. You have these amazing attacks, but you're a little scared to play them. How thematic is that? How cool is that? Where you feel like young Levia, where she's just out here a little caught up beyond her means. She's not quite sure of the powers that she's messing with, but she's aware of how strong they are. You know, she's spied on Lady Barthamont. She knows what's out there. And so every once in a while you draw a hand and there's one of these spooky monsters, right? But you don't want to play them. You don't want to just slam every Blood Debt because there's no way your deck in draft is concentrated enough with Blood Debt to turn it off every turn. So, God, it was like actually so thematic, man. Why can't Levia play like that as an adult? Although that in its own way is a bit thematic as well. The idea that Well, once she's an adult and you're playing her in CC, you can fix the deck, and she's just full on, aggro, blood debt, whatever. She's the monster at that point. When you play her in draft as this young hero, it's a whole different story. Really well done, really well done, LSS. What a great, that's thematics right there. Absolute flavor win. In terms of what I can tell you now about the draft format overall, the most successful deck at the table was actually technically most of us. It was a 6-man pod, and so no one 3-0'd. Half the people went 2-1. So it didn't really feel like out the gate there was a best hero. Chain played a lot better than I expected. I thought Chain in draft would be a little too wonky, but it turns out the plan of just, keep blues works. Just keep blues, and you're fine, because who knows, you're going to hit the seeds, and then a piercing shadow vise, and then the one blue is just seeds, soul shackle, piercing, galaxy black, that's just your turn. I mean, that's pretty good. So, yeah, I was really impressed by Chain, actually. Not as easy to deck out as I thought, because you do have a lot of 2 blocks in the format. Levia specifically has non-blocks as well. Your equipment isn't that great. So, yeah, it's surprising how good Chain ended up feeling. I still have real questions about Boltyn. I feel like Boltyn is really... Unless Boltyn has a deck with enough 0 for 4s, then his value game is actually still just, so bad. As soon as you can start taking a card or two from their hand, then you don't have to fear their turns. Their turns just feel really, really piddly, not too great. There are some cards, some generics that work better in Boltyn than I expected, like Surging Militia and Stony Wootenhog. Those generics that pump themselves actually work pretty well, because that alone can let you, trigger Boltyn, and then at least follow up on a blue pitch with a weapon swing or something, and that can kind of help you curve out on a 2-card hand. But yeah, I was not too impressed with Boltyn. I think the best part about that class is it just blocks 3 across the board, so it probably does pretty well into Chain, and then probably pretty well into Levia just for that reason, because waiting for the Levia to kill themselves is a real strat as well. There's only 1 Prism in the pod, and they actually didn't do well, which I thought was insane, because it seemed like Prism, when you're the only Prism in a pod of 6, should just be nuts, but I think the card quality was just a bit weird. Anyway, that is to say, my first draft with Monarch is in the books now. I had a great time with Levia, and then to make it better, in my prize packs, I pulled a Library of Solana. So, great day overall. Great day. Pulling a freaking Fabled, how can you hate it? I am looking to trade that Fabled. If anyone in the chat wants a Library of Solana in preparation for Dusk Till Dawn, I am looking for a Grandeur of Valahai. I have no interest in playing Prism, and I don't think Boltyn is ever going to play the Library. So let me know if you want to trade for that. It'd be cool. They're about the same price anyway, so I don't think it's a big deal. Anyway, I think you've slightly misspelled Shamir's name in the League of Levia Real. Oh, I missed an H. There we go. Thank you, Marius. I will fix that right now. Names Shamir. You know what? I don't even know if Shamir's a member anymore. I should just take him off. No. I'm pretty sure he still is. Good old Shamir. If you want your name to end up in the little League of Levia scroll, you can become a member in the chat. And also a Patreon. And those things will get your name right here. Along with some other things. I've finally buffed out the Patreon to do something unique. I still don't believe in paywalled content. I've stood by that for a while. Working to generate content that's really worth paying for compared to what's just out there on YouTube anyway is just such a gray area. You either have to assume a lot about what your own content is worth, or assume a lot of how badly your fans really want to end up with that. That's a real incentive. Hey, I'm gonna paywall half of this YouTube video basically so that there's some trade here. I mean, it's a good idea because it does work. But for me personally, I don't think I could put out content that is really worth being paywalled because, who am I? I sit here and ramble. So instead, I pivoted the Patreon to something else where it'll just be more of open discussions. you know? Every week on the Patreon, I'll be doing like kind of a content guide where I talk about like the plans for the week, everything that'll be public, everything that'll be private in terms of like events coming up, other collabs I'm working on or whatever. And so that way, it's not really paywalled content. It's just, if you really care about me and you want to be a patron, then like, you know, here's some extra goings-ons behind the scenes. I think that would be kind of interesting. So I started putting that out, and then also a content critique post where, just because my own content journey was very much in the dark, I'm hoping to help anyone who really wants to start doing like YouTube stuff, or otherwise, like with, I guess, like any graphics you need made or whatever. Every week I'm going to be putting out like a content critique post where I walk through like kind of my journey, and then open the floor to help with anything you need with like light graphics, you know, talk about your ideas, whatever. And then that'll feed into the whole, you know, it's a community of people who genuinely like me, I would think, if you're giving me like $5 a month or whatever. So I hope that works out. It's a bit of a different pivot than I've seen some other people do it, but truly I don't know what of my own content I could ever paywall. Just doesn't make sense. From what you understand, back to Ethan up here. By the way, Ethan is Chaotic Galaxy. There's another Ethan who lives in upstate New York. If I say Ethan, he's Ethan. If I say Mansant, that's me. Okay. From what I understand of this draft format, Chain is the best deck, but in the same vein of Iyslander, you want to be the only one. Boltyn is pretty safe for multiple people. Hatchets are just good. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, if you're fighting over blood debt playables and Chain, then good God, like you probably just get so susceptible to fatigue if you just don't have hits in the deck. Yeah, that makes sense. What's the nature of the announcement? You'll find out in 40 minutes. We are going to be tuning in to the announcement video that's coming out at noon. But basically, it's to do with coverage. You know, the whole coverage sphere of what I do. I would hope that, you know, there's multiple reasons people are invested in Mansant. You know, it's not just coverage, because I didn't start this channel with the dream of coverage at all. You know, the coverage was just something that happened because no one was covering anything in Michigan. And Michigan had an amazing player base. I would go to events, and we had the biggest RTN in the world 2 years back to back in Michigan, of all places, you know? And the fact that that community wasn't being publicized, like there were no streams, nothing like that, that was the reason I started streaming, was because why the hell not? This community is awesome. You know, let's get it on camera. So that's where the journey started. It had nothing to do with, oh yeah, see, and people wanted to see me win stuff with Levia. That, you know, that's the other reason, right? But it had nothing to do with Battle Hardens, like callings, nothing like that. Because how can you ever assume, you know, you start working in the coverage sphere and just like assume you get these big events? Jesus, no. Like that is not how it works. So no, like I got into the coverage game for my own means, basically just about the Michigan scene. How big were the RTNs? I think the first year was like 90 something, and the second year was like 80 something. It was insane. In Michigan was insane for Flesh and Blood. I miss it. I'm so unassuming too. But Michigan, you can pretty much drive in all like the habitable cities within like 2 to 3 hours, right? They're all just kind of like in between Detroit and Chicago. So everyone would go to everything. You know, the whole state would go to every event because, like, why not, right? So yeah, Michigan was pretty sick, pretty cracked for Flesh and Blood, not gonna lie. Not in Michigan anymore, ninjas. I moved, and now I live in middle of nowhere, New York. Used to be so easy. I'd be like, oh yeah, I live like right here, you know, the mitten. Now I live, out here in New York. Nothing going on. Wow, that's crazy. You thought most of ours were big for being like 48? That's what I'm telling you. Michigan's so unassuming, right? And how would you know anything about the Michigan scene if I didn't stream it, right? Like, if I didn't go out of my way and like try to figure out streaming, and guys, it was bad in the beginning. Let's take a trip down memory lane. How about this? Let's just hang out until the big announcement at noon anyway, because that would feel more genuine than like jumping into a game and then jumping back out, right? But let's take a look down memory lane here. Oops, that's the wrong one. All right. If we go back to like the old stuff, right? And it says 1 year ago, but it was basically 2 years ago when we get all the way down to the bottom. My first live streams, look at this. It was just me playing Blitz with a friend, right? it was just me playing a armory with Hexagore. This was a good stream. I think I won that one. Me playing an event with Romping Club Levia. And, I mean, you can see these. There's nothing professional about them, you know? It's my phone over a table, and I've put, like... I mean, I put some effort into this overlay, but God, it looks pretty bad. And we're just playing with, like, a little phone thing. Who knows what's going on with the font that is, like, nigh illegible. But it's just me and my phone hanging out, just because, like, there was no coverage of this kind of thing, and it being live was really cool. And then, yeah, because it's just my phone, like, I can go talk, like, walk around. I mean, look at this. Look at that vibe. Look at that vibe. Also, what the... Should I go back to that hair? Dang, dude, that looks so much easier to keep than whatever the hell's going on here. Man. Anyway, yeah, so... The coverage stuff really started there. It was just a way to... Oops, let me go back. It was just a way to get these events on the airwaves in Michigan. And some of them did really well. Like when I finally streamed this ProQuest, you know, this ProQuest. But by the way, this was one of the worst tournament experiences I've ever had in my life. Was this event? It was a mix of the stress of the streaming plus the Starvo meta, and just getting my ass handed to me. It was a terrible event. But the VOD itself, like this is when I really kind of figured out. Hold up. Like people really care about like this kind of tier of event being streamed, because before it was just armories. But then all of a sudden I stream a ProQuest and it lasts the whole day. And for some reason people cared, you know, they tune in and they watch the whole thing. And so I tried a bit harder with, you know, like some like not ads, but, you know, some graphics with like meta breakdown, just trying like little random things to see, you know, like what people appreciated, because I still had no gear back then. This is literally my phone, right? My phone doing all this. But the effort started to get there. The effort was there. And this is what, oh, I keep closing the wrong tab. This is more so what led to kind of the journey that we're at now, where streaming these ProQuests in Michigan, I mean, I would travel around every weekend, then I started doing like skirmish season, you can see all that, and then then I had an offer behind the scenes where someone wanted me to, oh, actually, I don't think this part of the story happened yet. But then we start streaming like Pro Tour New Jersey practice, and you can see the leap in stream quality at this point, because as I start becoming a better player and care more about the bigger events, I want coverage for those bigger events to start looking better as well. So when I started doing, you know, like practice for the Pro Tour, I mean, look at this. Look at this difference from when it was just me at an armory or like me at a ProQuest, right? So this was like the first big push of, hold up, let's maximize the viewer experience, start to maximize. This is still my phone camera, by the way. And these are like $10 webcams. They're cheap. But this was the first, like, let's push to start maximizing the viewer experience. Because guess what? People actually really like hanging out and watching these streams. They like it. I had no idea. I was just streaming to stream because there was no coverage, right? For like the Michigan scene. So this was just so cool. Because then I started to push and make this stuff look a bit better. It's really comfy. Oh, wait, my hair, yeah. Yeah, so then that started a whole new thing where once again we fall back to like ProQuest season. We're doing that again. Then it's Road to Nats season. But I didn't actually get the first... Where on earth? Are the Battle Hardens actually this late in my journey? I think they are. Oh, wow, that's actually interesting. The Battle Hardens are more recent than I thought. But yeah, so you can see, like, this is all still just me going out of my way to, like, bring my gear to ProQuest. I mean, I brought it all to Lille, right? Like, that was part of the dream there. This is why my stuff got lost, basically, is because, like, look at this. I brought my stuff to Lille, and then it stayed there. But then after this Pro Tour season, I think there was kind of a break in Flesh and Blood, was the natural kind of moment in time, right? Like, Pro Tour Lille had just happened, so there was just time to, all right, like, take a couple months, let's start practicing something else. So that's where the streaming Talishar took off, because I was practicing for Nats. And so, you know, why not play those games online, right? It was obvious at that point people cared about watching games, so this was an experiment of, like, do people care about Talishar? So when you go back and, like, look, this is, like, 2 years worth of trying the streaming stuff, you know? it did not come out of nowhere. I worked, man. I worked to make it a product that people cared about. It was never the assumption of like, I'm just going to turn on the camera and people are going to be there, because that doesn't work. You know, it really took a journey to build up the audience that cared about those smaller Michigan armories, to care about the ProQuest, to care about the RTNs, to travel to Lille, to bring the camera, to, you know, start streaming the NATS testing process, like on and on. It's a developmental story that I think follows my own personal journey in Flesh and Blood pretty well as well. Like this is better than a diary. I freaking love looking back at all this. But then we kind of hit the Battle Hardened scene, and the Battle Hardened scene, this actually all might lead up pretty naturally into the 12 o'clock announcement. So we're just going to keep talking. We're going to keep talking. The Battle Hardened scene was really interesting because the first kind of taste I had of doing a Battle Hardened was not a real Battle Hardened. It was this. I was traveling for Worlds, and I stopped in Denver and played in that Battle Hardened. And shout out to Decks and Drafts, Joey Seinart, who put on the stream for it. I was a little taken aback to like see someone else do coverage, because I hadn't really seen someone else take it on like that. It'd always been me, right? To see someone else approach coverage was, first of all, you know, good effort, right? You got to appreciate the effort. But I really felt like I had grown past that very quickly. You know, like where that stream was in time and like, you know, in terms of gear and equipment was just like, you know, a little like months behind me at that point, right? So that's kind of what instilled the whole, hold up a second, maybe not everyone is quite like where I'm at. Maybe I'm like more unique in this than I thought, because everyone has the effort, everyone has the passion, right? But maybe I'm actually doing something a bit more unique than just traveling around like the Michigan sphere and like bringing that kind of coverage, right? So at that Battle Hardened, after they streamed the Battle Hardened on day 2, there was a PTI 1K, and I was playing in it, so I didn't plan on streaming it, but then it turns out I didn't make top 8. I freaking bubbled at 9th, by the way. I bubbled at 9th with Levia, just FYI. Just FYI. Bullshit. But all of a sudden, I wasn't playing the top 8, and I had all my stuff with me because I was bringing it for Worlds. And at this point, the gear was still nothing too impressive. It was like my backup phone camera and 2 nice webcams, right? That's all I was using. But at this Battle Hardened, I'm like, hey guys, I actually have all my gear with me. Do you want me to stream the top cut? And they were like, well, how fast can you set it up? I'm like, oh, like 15 minutes. You know, don't mind me. I can probably do it in 15 minutes. And they're like, what? 15 minutes? What are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, my setup's super mobile. That's kind of the point. So I run upstairs, because I was luckily staying with a judge who was at the hotel, grabbed all my stuff, and then set up super last minute. Like the overlays were not made for this stream, but for a 15-minute setup, like, come on. This looks so good, right? And they were taken aback. They're like, holy shit. Everyone there was super complimentary. I mean, I had no real setup myself. You can probably see it, I think, at some points in the stream. I was just on the floor. I literally was on the floor as far away as I could. I dragged all the cables pretty much as far as they could go, so that I was far away, because I really had no plan for this, right? I think you can kind of see it here. You can't quite see it in this video, but I'm like, oh, that looks more like me these days. I'm very, very far removed and just on my little laptop, just, you know, pulled back from the scene, and everyone's around me, and everyone thought I was crazy. I'm just like sitting there on the floor talking to this laptop, right? But everyone really appreciated the effort and was really impressed with just like how truly quick and easy and like mobile everything really was. Like, you know, I wasn't lying, man. That was kind of what I'd been fine crafting, this like mobile stream product, right? And this is when I got enough compliments that I felt like, okay, let's actually push a little bit and start making this bigger, because for the first time I've now covered like an event. And granted, it was just a PTI event, but the feedback was insane. So that launched into like a pretty quick turnaround all of a sudden to really push to land a Battle Hardened, because I'd been traveling personally to Battle Hardens everywhere in the US. I loved going to these Battle Hardens because they're not the most competitive like high tier competition because the prizing just isn't there. And so not all the grinders travel. Some of them do, not all of them. But you get a lot of locals that show up, and just, you know, you go to like Battle Hardened Philadelphia, for example, and you're playing against all of Philadelphia and her neighboring states. You know, like that's the Battle Hardened player base. Like that's who's going to be there. And it was so fun to travel and do that. Totally different vibe than going to like nationals where it's like the best across the country, or going to like worlds, right? Best across the world. Battle Hardens were just a very different vibe, and you got to follow stories of people who, like, maybe they're very good, but they do just stay local. They just don't have an interest, or they can't afford the time to travel to everything big. So I really made it my mission, after having personally played in like 4 or 5 Battle Hardens at that point. I'd literally been to every single one. I traveled all over for him. I messaged SCGCon and asked, like, hey, you know, you guys don't do coverage for your Battle Hardens. Would you, you know, mind if I did? And at first they were pretty hesitant because, you know, they had nothing infrastructurally ready to support that at all, right? And to be fair, that they did get better on that front. They did actually get better on that front. So I just told them, like, look, let's make Battle Hardened Philadelphia a bit of a experiment. I'll just show up with the same kind of like gear that I had back here, and we'll just, you know, see how it goes. I'll just show up and like try to prove to you how simple and easy like this partnership could be, right? Like I have things built to move. I have it all built to like pack down, be mobile, set up easy, and like just do it that way, right? That was my pitch. So unfortunately, actually, this is a different story. Battle Hardened Philadelphia wasn't supposed to be the first one. I was supposed to do Battle Hardened Dallas, but I lost all my stuff coming back from Lille still. So, wait, where was Battle Hardened Dallas timeline-wise? I think Battle Hardened Dallas was like back here somewhere. Wait, maybe I'm mixing up the story somewhere. Because I swear I did miss one. But I definitely, like, I had some gear back at this point, right? So maybe Dallas was somewhere else in the story. But anyway, there was one I had to miss because my stuff was missing. So it became Battle Hardened SCGCon Philadelphia as like the debut event. And it was a lot more than I had anticipated. The internet problems, for one, are something I never really worried about, right? I never really worried about internet because I was always playing at like local game stores who they had internet for me, or like I was boosting off my phone because I'm like, you know, not underground or whatever, right? No, this isn't the announcement, Sam. Come on. I told you, we're just going to talk. We're just going to talk until 12, and then there's the announcement. This is all the story. This is all story time. That's what you're here for anyway, right? You're here to listen to my, like, who even knows what accent I have? Like, slightly southern twanged accent. Ramble on about Flesh and Blood, right? It's the full story. So, Battle Hardened Philadelphia, right? Way bigger a project than I bargained for. The whole internet crisis really took me from this moment on, because holy moly, to show up at some random location and not have guaranteed internet, you know, knowing that the providers aren't going to give me internet, which is still a problem to this day, to be fair, but knowing that they won't give me internet, that the venue itself didn't sell internet packages that were like any kind of affordable, but also the fact that we were 2 stories underground, right? How the hell do I like use my phone at that point? I can't. You know, the phone reception was terrible. So luckily, a friend of mine at the time had a friend in the area, and he went out and met up with this guy who was, I think, like in the army at some point, something like that, because he had a little mobile router that he used when he was in the army in Africa, right? So this is supposedly like some satellite router that can get reception from anywhere. And he goes and he picks it up for me and brings it to this event. And that is the only reason this event got off the ground. The only reason. Because I was not prepared to deal with like the whole internet situation like this. But hey, props to the military. They give out some pretty badass gear apparently, because this thing did penetrate 2 stories of like solid concrete. Granted, not perfect quality. You know, it was choppy. But everything was still there. You know, the event still worked. And so, you know, you can see this was like kind of the next evolution of, all right, if if now it's pivoting, if now we're like worrying about casting games, which I'd never done before, but if now we're worried about adding the caster narrative on top of gameplay, then we need to have everything like visually ready to tell that story, like as clear as possible, right? So I had done face cams before, but I'd never done hand cameras because as someone who wanted to start now casting, oh, to be fair, I still don't like want to be a caster. I love the production role more than anything. But as someone who was taking the casting role for this event, my biggest qualm with how Flesh and Blood coverage had been done up to this point is you actually can't tell the story of the game. Like, you can't. A Flesh and Blood story starts when you draw your hand at the end of your turn, is when your story of the turn cycle starts, right? If you cannot see that hand, how do you tell the story of that game? You actually can't. You just become like a play-by-play caster, right? And that is just not Flesh and Blood. That is not how Flesh and Blood works. It's not why we love Flesh and Blood. It's not just because, oh, he played a Spider's Bite and a Captain's Call Snatch. I wonder here, like, is he pushing for the hit effect? What's going on? If we had seen the hand and realized, okay, 4-card hand, he's taking the block on a Plunder the Poor here. So obviously he's really hoping that like the damage slows down, because when you keep an inefficient hand like this, using Captain's Call for Go Again, that puts a lot of load on like getting use out of the Go Again. So the Snatch is so much more important for that. He really needs the hit to go through because Plunder the Poor has now been blocked with. You can see how the plan changes, blah, blah. Like, that's the kind of narrative like you need to be able to give to make Flesh and Blood actually matter as a story. Personally, that's just, but that doesn't come from like, that's not a problem with the current caster pool or anything. That's a problem with the fact that hand cams aren't used. And they use hand cams in other games, right? Like, it's not a novel idea. It's not. But using it for Flesh and Blood should have been something that happened from like day one. Truly. Like, I still don't understand like why no one else does this. It's not actually that hard. Especially when you see my setup. I have a way, I kind of like hacked how I do things. And you can see it behind me. You see those cameras? Like, you see that one? And then the other arm? Oops, I can't move my finger this way. You see that like those two camera arms? So the way I do it is I have like one like nicer I did upgrade to nicer cameras so that it worked, but like, one nicer webcam is kind of pointed, or not a webcam at this point, these Sony cameras are pointed at an angle to look at this player's face and this player's hand. And this player's face and this player's hand on the other side. So by not adding too much to the setup, you can capture all of a sudden 5 angles like pretty easily, right? You have one C-stand and then just 2 arms on it. And that's it. That's all you need. That is actually all you need. And obviously it took a while to like figure that out. I used to use other things like multiple tripods, 5 actual cameras at one point. And it really comes down to like, you do have to just do things more simple than that. You have to simplify. If something is too big an effort, then it's probably, unfortunately, just not worth the effort, or at least not the right way you should be doing something. In this day and age, with all the tech that we've got access to, like, things should be easier than a struggle. So that's part of the journey as well, is like improving on the tech side. So anyway, this Battle Hardened was a massive success. I mean, look at that. 18,000 views across 2 videos. I mean, I was never in it for the views. I think that's pretty clear. And I hope that's clear. Because there have been people that, truly, people have said, I only got into it because like I wanted the views, or I only got into it because like I wanted my face on the SEGCon website or something. And I don't think that could be farther from the truth. Like, I think you can see the story, right? The story is very humble beginnings into really just realizing that the experience that I've just garnered from my time keeping it local, keeping it humble, just doing my own thing, telling the stories of Michigan players, doing all that in and of itself grew the product and like grew my expertise in a way that is just strictly like beneficial for Flesh and Blood, like, to bring that to more events is just a net win for the community, right? Like, that's the angle. That That's how I think about it. That's how I rationale the fact that I have been out, especially in these early events, thousands of dollars to pull these things off. You think I got paid for them? Hell freaking no. Hell freaking no. We had sponsors eventually become part of the package idea because there's no way I could keep doing it out of pocket. It's miserable to do it out of pocket. Like, it's doing it out of pocket is actually like, I mean, it almost killed it for me because that is just unrealistic. You know, it's been years of passion at this point, years of hard work, but then to actually start pouring like money down that hole as well makes it become a bit too much. So there's been stressors like that have come up. That's fair. That's fair, right? But it's not like I got into this to try to make it make money. It definitely doesn't make money. It definitely doesn't make money. I'll tell you that right now. It takes my time. It takes my money. It takes mountains of effort. Just so much stress. And I still do it. You know, I still do it because I still want to get better. That's my first and foremost goal. I still want to get better at this. It's just been a side project, but I think I've improved a lot, and I want to keep improving, right? That's my own personal goal. I also love the people that I work with on these things. You know, being able to interact with Sam, Punkage, you know, partnering up with like the Tavern Brawlers, Equinox at some point, like the people who come together and make these things run are their own just wonderful group of people in Flesh and Blood. Apart from playing on the table, to share passions and tackle projects like these is just some of the highlights of my year. So that's why I do it. That's why I do it. This moves on then to some other, you know, some other opportunities, right, into the calling. And the calling was so, like, that is still so surreal to me that that happened because, I mean, it came out of freaking nowhere. I had messaged LSS and said, hey, the Battle Hardened circuit is really fun to do, but I'm having issues with it, with like internet for one, with, you know, fundraising for two. Is there a way that you could donate product or like something, you know, help advertise it? Like, where can LSS step in and try to buff out, you know, how I'm doing Battle Hardens, right? That was my email. I just asked for like a little help, you know, and they wrote back and said, hey, what about we hire you for a calling? And that can help kickstart things. You know, that can pay you some money. We like what you're doing, right? We like what you're doing. We don't have a huge budget, but you know, maybe that's how we could work together. And it took a lot of negotiating, not gonna lie. I didn't snap say yes. It took a lot of negotiating because for the first time with money on the table, you do start to think about things a bit different, right? Especially when all of a sudden I was now in charge of hiring instead of just asking friends and saying like, hey, like, you want to just do this event with me the way that I was doing before. Now it was a question of, okay, I need to hire talent. I need to, you know, pay people for their travel time. It's like a 2-day event, basically 3 days with all the behind the scenes work, yada, yada. So the calling was a very different experience. In the end, I'm very glad it happened, but I have never in my life been under more stress than the calling Indianapolis. The behind the scenes of that event were so insanely messy. I was damn near ready to quit. The behind the scenes of that event nearly killed me. During the day of that event also had so many problems. So many problems. First and foremost, the internet. I once again put in a ton of money for an internet solution, and it just was a little too finicky. And number two, the way that we were set up in the venue itself, the cables were just running through the most, just the highest trafficked area in the convention hall. Just like this one avenue kind of right between Flesh and Blood on one side and Magic on the other side. People were just barreling through, and that's where we had to run the cables. There was no other way because of the kind of constraints of like where the stream area was and where the coverage area was. So really early on, like I think literally within like an hour of running the cables, someone stepped on one of the little extender hubs and broke it. So like, you know, like, and these were all taped down too. Anyway, long story short, Calling Indy had problems. It was just insane that it even happened. Like I can't tell you how impressed I was that somehow by top 8, it was a perfect stream. I mean, look at this. We got, what's up, Matt Folks? Love you, buddy. You get the top 8. There were problems in Swiss. I'll admit it. Huge problems in Swiss. But you get to top 8, and by God, it was as coverage intended. Like, it worked, finally, by top 8, by being able to reset after day 1 and go and buy, like, some replacements of things that were breaking, buy, you know, the like, kind of refreshed, like, night off that Punkage and Sam had to kind of get over their own hurdles with dealing with all my tech bullshit, you know? After getting over day 1, we all came together, and Jesus Christ, day 2 was, in my mind, still some of the best Flesh and Blood coverage that's, like, ever happened. And I hope that's not cocky to say. I think this was an insane event. You get the top 8 here, and, like, sure, the exposure is, like, a bit off still. You know, the camera wasn't focusing super well, but everything still worked as intended. You got all the camera angles. I mean, you can look at Majin's hands. You can tell that story of it's the freezing point. He's going for the Arsenal. Like, whatever you want to say, right? Ever run an 11-hour stream and your VOD disappears and you have an existential life crisis? Yeah, so that's something you got to learn, Matt. YouTube has a hard cap of saving VODs up to 12 hours. But what they don't tell you is that if it hits the 12-hour mark, then there's actually no guarantee it cuts off right at 12. If you go over 12 hours, then it just basically stops saving your VOD. It just disappears, poof. So if for whatever reason YouTube was like lagging on the like encoding or whatever's going on in the behind the scenes, then as soon as you hit the 12-hour mark, it just boop stops. Oops, sorry, hit the mic. So your recording might like end. Oh shit, Matt, I know what you're talking about. God, I thought you were talking about what happened at the Battle Hardened in Metropolis Ruler. God, why are you baiting me like that, Matt? All right, Matt's talking about a different story where when we were together at Battle Hardened Philadelphia, the VOD, just for whatever reason, didn't upload to YouTube. It was there. It was within all the right time constraints. It was done correctly. But for whatever reason, YouTube was taking forever to upload it. So only like 10 minutes of the VOD were live for like a day. And it was stressing me out like you wouldn't believe. I just thought it disappeared. Anyway, different story. That might have been the most stressful moment of my life. So many stressful moments come from coverage. Would you believe it or not? Look at that. It's not the life you want to be living. I put on the happy face, but inside it's that meme with the dog just sitting there and all the fire going on. That's literally me all the time. Anyway, this calling coverage, I mean, say what you will to disagree, but I think I stand by just like this almost being perfect Flesh and Blood coverage. It's not, because there's always areas to improve, but for like this moment in time, I really think this was like the best broadcast we'd seen yet. I was so happy with how this turned out on day 2. On day 2. Day 1 was a nightmare, but like we plugged all the holes, the team came together, and good God, like I loved this event. So, and that is thanks to LSS, you know, they trusted me. They came out of their way, or they went out of their way to offer me calling indie when all I said was, hey, do you mind like donating some boxes for a Battle Hardened stream? Right? That's all I asked for. And they went out of the way and basically gave us this, you know, in partnership. I couldn't have been happier. This was really like the highlight of all the streaming I've ever done, was the top cut of calling indie. And hopefully that landed well with everyone else too. Cause I freaking love that event. Yeah, I think, you know, that kind of concludes the story. Like after that, seeing kind of how professionally I was able to pull off calling indie off the backs of my friends, that kind of pivoted to the split of all of a sudden, okay, like let's actually not try to do the Battle Hardens as Mansant, right? Like Mansant is just me, but pulling off the calling indie was its own beast. You know, that really had nothing to do with me. I wasn't in front of the camera, nothing. I hired people. I was behind the scenes. I was working on production, all the logistics. Like that was my role, and I really loved it. So that kind of pivoted towards all the other coverage that you saw after that, which, I mean, there's only been a couple moments, right? There was Charlotte and then Richmond, I guess, which Richmond was its own beast, right, with the internet. But anyway, that's kind of the full story of how we got to where we are today. And in just like 9 minutes, the next chapter of this story is coming out. The big announcement is coming in 9 minutes. We're going to watch the announcement video, and it's going to be so hype, and I'll take all your questions if you even have any. Maybe I'm overblowing it. But it is like the right next step for the whole coverage vision here. And it is literally in line with like exactly what Flesh and Blood, exactly what James, Trevor, LSS like basically begged for me to do. Well, damn it, I did it, and we'll all find out about that in 9 minutes. You'll grab another beer. Okay. Are you excited for you to break Levia for Dusk Till Dawn? There's no way you break it before me, Matt. Sorry. Hate to say it. You may be a prodigy, but you don't have 2 years of getting beaten down with Levia behind you to actually, I don't even know if that helps. Maybe that doesn't help. 2 years of losing with Levia probably doesn't make you any better at like recognizing how to make her busted. I would think it does, but maybe that's a different skill set and you'll be way better at that. What's the name of the studio you're building? Spill the tea. We have to wait for the video. We can go to oh, well, I don't want to pull up the video on screen because then that will spoil the name of it, but I can have it queued up here. YouTube. All right. I've got it pulled up on a different screen. Good thing I didn't do it on the main. I think the name itself is kind of the best part. Kind of the best part. No one's high rolled random effects to win as much as you in Flesh and Blood. You're gonna be a Scab's god. You know, Tome of the Arknight taking you all the way to that Pro Tour Leal win, or not Tome of the Arknight. Well, yeah, it was Tome of the Arknight one, the one that you revealed too. Yeah, man. If all you do is roll 6 every time, that'll be some good wins under your belt. Although I'll tell you what, Levia's not actually like the instant win off a 6 type deck. Rhinar does better at just hitting scab skins and winning. Because if you hit, you can turn a Savage Feast basically into a Blood Rush turn. And like that comes through with the Intombs, right? So it just gives you more opportunities of like no interaction, damage just lands and you die. In Levia, if you hit on scabs, you just get a little bit more like value through. You get like a tiny bit more value, but it's not game winning. It's not like you pull interaction away from your opponent like you do in Rhinar. The difference is you can be a smarter Scabskins player in Levia because you don't have to keep cards to play Scabskins. You can just play Scabskins off of your recursion pieces, and like, you know, that extra 1 resource goes to a Ghostly, or the extra action point goes to, I guess if you have Tome of Torment, then, you know, Tome of Torment. Or maybe you have, Deep Rooted Evil and you have an extra blue that you don't want to arsenal, but like you could for crown value. Well, you can roll scabs and just cast the Deep Rooted Evil instead, right? So like Levia has just natural windows for scabs that don't punish you for making really greedy blocks like Rhinar does. You see your current shackles as reality, where I see Scabskins as potentially the most broken equipment in the game. It's not potentially, it is the most broken equipment in the game. It is the most broken equipment in the game. That's why Brute is so scaled back across the board. At least that's the working theory. There's a world where if Brute is too good, just like on its average hand-to-hand game plan, then you go from a deck that like already wants to keep its cards to a deck that's going to keep its cards, roll scabs every turn, and then sometimes like absolutely win the game with no interaction, right? Like you don't want to give Brute cards in a way that they're incentivized to keep their whole hand anyway, because then that makes them, you know, I guess roll scabs more. So Brute needs to stay very much mid-range with like some spikes, because if every hand is like so good, your numbers are way too oversided, there's too many intims going on or whatever, then like, dang, you know, you'll take 2 bad turns, potentially 1 you miss on scabs so you don't do anything, but the other turn you hit on scabs and you just win. Like that's a little gross. Like who wants to play that game, right? Where there's just 2 points of non-interaction. You roll scabs, you hit, and then you get your hand intimed. Like that is miserable. That is actually miserable. At least that's my working theory of like why Brute gets held back, is Rhinar in particular. And they say it a lot. Like James White will say it too, about how a blue 6 is too overboard for Rhinar. Because Rhinar is the deck that risks the most non-interaction in the game, like hands down, period. Right? Intimidate is just, even against aggro, they don't care because their hands deal more damage. But if Rhinar was too good and just dealt too much damage, then it really is no point of interaction, right? Because anyway, it's been said multiple times. Like James literally will talk about this too. Some of the LSS people at Pro Tour were talking to me and Nathan about this as well, like kind of the Brute problem. I think it really is tied to Rhinar more than Levia. Unfortunately, Levia just got left in the wayside because of it, because Brute at its core has some issues with Rhinar. Wow, root players are cowards. None of them just roll scabs. But no, the deck is kind of garbage. Yeah, I mean, Rhinar, as of now, like, you can't keep every hand for scab skins because the only good card like that is really Savage Feast. Savage Feast is the card that, like, you keep a hand, and if scabs hits, it changes the game completely. On almost any other hand, if you roll scabs, then, like, you're getting through maybe an extra claw swing, an extra 3 value. So that's kind of the card quality issue with Rhinar, right? Dusk Till Dawn will give us Rise from the Ashes. I hope you mean a card better than just literally Rise from the Ashes. Who cares about that card? Or just play 3 Snatch and roll scabs every turn. That's an idea. There was that Razor Reflex, the 6 Razor Reflex Skirmish Levia list that actually won. It won a skirmish, and it was like all scab skins, all 1 cost, Snatch, Razor Reflex. That was a funny list, and it did win a skirmish. It was, I mean, you got to get lucky with that kind of deck. You have to get lucky. Like, the other version of Levia that plays deeply into scab skins is like the Royal Levia. I really personally can't find any success with that build because it feels a little too gated by scab skins. But hey, like, if your scab skins hits, then the fact that you have like 6 cards in your hand is pretty nuts. This is pretty good stuff. Okay, what do we got? We got 2 minutes until the announcement. 2 minutes to the announcement. So let's pull up the video on my second monitor. Maybe the countdown started. I'll pull it. I'll tab over when the countdown starts. How about that? Oh, 83 people. Okay, this actually built up very nicely. I was worried that my ramblings about the coverage journey would lose people, but turns out everyone's timing it well. Well done, everybody. We got 1 minute until the next chapter of this coverage saga is unlocked for you all. And it actually does directly impact everybody. I mean, I don't know if you all specifically will be tuning into the Battle Hardened coverage this weekend, but like, in theory, the reason I go out and do these things is that all of Flesh and Blood can enjoy these events. So it should, in a way, like, directly impact you. If you had any plans of like tuning in this weekend for Battle Hardened Baltimore, then, you know, this news should matter. Okay, let me pull this up. Hype train, says Ty. Agree. Okay, let's pull this over. It says premiere will begin shortly, but I don't see the countdown happening yet. But here, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. I'll pause the music. We'll full screen the sucker when it lets me. And then also, if you want to just give it some views directly, here, I'll drop the link as well. All right, everybody, it's on screen. It's on screen. We'll let the video play. I put a lot of work in. Oh shoot! Put a lot of work into it. So hopefully it answers a lot of questions there. But obviously I'll be here to play Meataxe Rhinar and talk about the next big moves. Next big moves. But yeah, this will be the dawn of Savage Feats. Little play on Savage Feast, as you can imagine. You know, the brute card that, funny enough, we were just talking about. Well done, everybody. Everyone who pointed the discussion topic to that direction. Well done. Premiere will begin shortly. Okay, that should be now. Savage Feats, as in Savage Features. 4 years of Flesh and Blood. 3 years of callings, battle hardens, and more. 2 years of unforgettable experiences on the table and at home. And that's where we come in. Introducing Savage Feats, a coverage team brought to you by Mansant and Nathan Dolman. From this partnership, we aim to provide high-quality coverage that's not just about pointing a camera at a table, but building a viewer experience by Flesh and Blood players for Flesh and Blood players. Here's what's in the pipeline. June 17th, Battle Hardened Baltimore, a team-sealed experience in partnership with MNR Podcast.
MNR, you
July
say?
15th, Battle Hardened Cincinnati, the first Dusk Till Dawn Classic Constructed event. September 2nd, Battle Hardened Columbus, the last-minute prep you need before Nationals. And September 9th, Canadian Nationals itself, in partnership with the wonderful Red Riot Games.
A Nationals?
Flesh and Blood
What?
continues to thrive, grow, and evolve in the TCG space, and we are fully committed to growing with it. If you're interested in partnering with us, either as a sponsor or to create an unforgettable live stream of your event, contact us here. We will see you all soon, bringing you next level coverage from the front lines of the world of Wraith. Until next time, stay savage.
Stay savage. Boom! Oh, man, look at that. If that's not a production lift, I don't know what is. Jesus. I made that, by the way. First of all, let me drop the link in chat again. Please, I mean, the channel is mostly going to be dedicated for production stuff, but if you can go ahead, hit subscribe on it. You don't need to like the video. Video doesn't need to go viral or anything, but that will be the hub moving forward for all the production that I am involved with. Because like we told in that initial saga as we led into this, I really have fallen in love in the production role itself. And here, let me get this off screen. The recommended videos, get out of here. I really care about the production role itself when it comes to this stuff. And that's kind of the new blend of talent that Nathan and I are bringing to the table. Is in conversation with LSS, they had nothing but good things to say about the production level of the streams getting better, obvious passion behind it, and just like really trying to cater towards a unique flesh and blood viewing experience. They like that. What they had some concerns about were running this as a company, as a business, something that was ready to like come to the table and like have talks and sign contracts or whatever. If it was just me, there were some concerns. And I get those concerns because who am I? I'm just someone who likes the production role, right? That's what I've been caring about this whole time. I've never approached it as a business and never really thought about like legitimizing anything because it was just, my passion project. But it turns out other people can be really invested as well in this dream of just revitalizing coverage in the TCG space for Flesh and Blood specifically. And, well, like, what does that really mean? Well, that first event that we mentioned in the video, actually, Battle Hardened Baltimore. Battle Hardened Baltimore. This is the first experiment in really catering towards a, like, Flesh and Blood story arc event. Right? It sounds a bit nebulous, right? But let's try to explain this. Basically, for Battle Hardened Baltimore, the idea is we are going to follow the team comprised of the M&R cast, Michael Hamilton, Roger Bodie, and then their friend Travis. We're going to follow their team through the entire event because it is a team sealed event. We're going to follow them from deck construction, from when they open every single pack and look at the contents and start evaluating cards, to how they decide who's going to be on what hero, how are the decks going to be built, to who is on what, who's the captain, what seeding are they going to do. We're going to follow that entire journey from not only, some like specialized like cameras that are going to follow this, but also, in-depth interviews and like really have them be a part of the broadcast and make the broadcast about like their story arc. Now, will they even top 8? We actually don't know. I have no idea if they will actually top 8, but the dream is that this will end up being similar to kind of like a GP Richmond Reed Duke experience from the Magic world, where you followed that one player through and had a different type of coverage that was really about putting yourself in the shoes of this elite player. We're going to be doing the same thing with Michael Hamilton's team for this event. And I really have high hopes for it. I hope it lands well. It's the kind of idea that LSS was talking about when we were mentioning, like how to make a Flesh and Blood broadcast feel unique. Well, this is a way to do it. And we're actually a little bit lucky that it's lining up on top of a team sealed, because unfortunately in this day and age, like for a classic constructed event, especially if it was like with Dusk Till Dawn meta or something, all people want to see like is just the gameplay. Like, show us the decks that are doing well, whatever, I get it. But to be able to tell a different story and approach a broadcast in a different sense with something as unique as a team sealed event, and also to try to make it a story that people are invested in, because if you just tune in and it's just some random playing a sealed deck versus some random playing a sealed deck, like who cares, right? Who cares? So we're crafting this story very differently. And huge props to everyone involved on this project. Obviously, the M&R podcast for wanting to be included in this is going to be so cool, telling the story of Michael Hamilton, the current world champion, through this event is going to be awesome. Obviously, Nathan Dolman, who I haven't really touched on like how that partnership works, but pretty much he is the business manager. He's got business acumen that I do not understand. Ways of writing contracts, negotiating, and really building a product from just some of his own ventures that have been successful. Whereas I'm just the person who can say yes. I'm the yes man. I can just do it. You know, I have the time. I have at this point some of the expertise and can just like try and make things happen. He's the one who can make things more realistically work for long term and like work with sponsors and work with partnerships like now a true partnership with SEGCon that we didn't have before, like this upcoming national championship in Canada. Props to Red Riot Games for reaching out about this, but this is kind of like the ideal, this dream of building a production company that can work on multiple axes, about building a unique experience catered toward a specific event that's not just always copy and paste, and travel and like bring this product out there and be hired by entities like Red Riot Games who want to bring that level of quality and coverage to their nationals. Because who doesn't want to watch Canadian nationals? Who doesn't want to tell the story of, you know, Tark Patel again, of, you know, this just hugely talented player base clashing at this national championship a bit before US Nats as well, you know, and so everyone's going to be tuning into that. And so they wanted to bring us in and have us tell that story. And that is just like, that's the all-encompassing dream. Like it is coming together, you know, everything that I've wanted to do, but haven't really been able to, like, I guess, act on individually because of just how overwhelming it's been at times. Now I have a partner. I have Nathan Dolman. I have Savage Land News behind me, another Brute player, funny enough. That's not planned, by the way, to actually work on this together, and someone who can really be a sounding board for me and just work behind the scenes in a way that I've really been needing. So just huge shout outs to Nathan. We are true business partners in this now, and it is its own separate entity, Savage FEATS, which I think is, I love that freaking name. I hope you don't have to think too hard about it. It's like Savage Features. You know, we sound like a production company. It sounds like, right? I would think. I mean, you tell me in the chat. And then it's a spin on Savage Feast. Like, I came up with that on like day one, and I've been locked. There's been some other ideas that bounced around, but I have been pushing for that name so hard. I love it so much. I made the logo for it too. Like, it's really been our baby over this past month to work on and put out here. And so it is finally public now. And what that really means is the Mansant channel is now my own personal projects. Like, Mansant is just my streams, like these daily streams, whatever videos I want to work on with friends, whatever. That's its own platform, because Mansant is just me. You know, Mansant that's not a brand. That's just my username. You know, it's just me. It's whatever I want to do. But when it comes to working on a production, right, that is a different beast entirely. That's no longer a personal project. It is now part of a larger collaboration and is going to live on its own channel. And we'll be trying to grow that channel in different ways as well. There's some big ideas we're working on that'll come a bit later. But yeah, that's the announcement. We've got Savage FEATS, the real deal, existing now in the wild and bringing you hopefully one of the most unique experiences of Flesh and Blood we've seen yet. And shout out as well, if you guys really don't think it's going to happen, let me tell you. Savage farts. Is that what it looks like? Where's the logo? How do you read that as Savage Farts? Sant and Nate. Okay, sure. If you don't like it, then I guess you don't have to tune in. You can call it Savage Farts. But we do have now a look at this sucker. This is a router, mobile router, basically sponsored directly by Team Ascent. They, I think the team captain and team organizer, Nick, he actually is like really deeply ingrained in like the mobile router space. I think his wife like works for a company that does that. Some of the team players actually work for the same company. And so he reached out after some of the internet issues and truly said, like, I think I can help you. I think we can work together on this and like make it work. You know, another partnership that I was really lacking, right? If there's two things I sucked at, it was the internet, right? And the like business management side. Two things I sucked at. Because what didn't work? I lost money everywhere. And I just couldn't get the internet to work no matter how hard I tried. That's actually, they're combined. I would spend so much money on like internet solutions and changing phone plans and like new routers and SIM cards and yada yada. And like, I don't know why, just nothing freaking works. So now we've got a sponsor who came in and is really solving that half of the equation, right? And then we have a partner who came in, Nathan Dolman, who's solving the other side of the equation. So I can just kick back and no stress, just work on the productions as intended and focus on making them unique and making them well done and telling stories in the world of Flesh and Blood that go down in history. That's the idea. To try to capture the stories of the events themselves, not just the games that are played, what hero wins, but to look for the narrative behind every event and tell that story and like have those be like the marquee moments that kind of define a season. Because at the end of the day, like, who cares about a battle hardened, you know? Who cares? They might matter if they're timed well, like right before a Nats or something, but it is a area of the Flesh and Blood competitive space that can be told a bit differently. So I'm looking forward to this. I think it'll be sick. I think it'll be so cool. Sounds awesome. Excited for this and happy for you. Thank you, Bruno. Do you think Hexagore is S tier? What is that question? Hell, yes. You know what? Yes, brother. It's S tier. But anyway, that's the big announcement. I need to go retweet it on Twitter as well, I think, because I'm pretty sure we launched it there. But that's where Battle Hardened Baltimore is going to be. So if you wanted to go ahead and hit subscribe on that channel, that'd be sick. Because I would assume most people tune in over the weekend anyway. But just so you know, like, that's me, but just on a different channel, you know. Okay, let me see. Let's mock up this tweet. Just went over this announcement on stream. Big things coming for Savage FEATS. The production half of what I do is now its own baby. Production half. In collab with Savage Land News. What's his Twitter? There we go. All right, hashtag FabTCG. Stay tuned. See us there for Battle Hardened Baltimore with MNR. Okay, cool. Tweet that out. All right, everybody, that was it. Merch? No, there's no merch for Savage FEATS. Like, who? Maybe it sucks. You know, maybe no one cares. There is a real possibility that, like, you know, maybe our first event absolutely backfires, and then it's like, what was the point? What did we do? You know, everything crashed and burned. But I think for the first time ever, everything's in. You know, the ducks are aligned. All the ducks are in a row. Things are gonna go well. Everything is as it should be. I have the time to like fully work behind the scenes and know that my part of this is locked in. We've got Punkage flying in to do coverage as well. Because the whole idea of like a Reed Duke style broadcast, maybe we can go over this a bit more. GP Richmond Reed Duke. The kind of idea that we're emulating here was with this famous Magic coverage where one player, Reed Duke, was just like, something was going on with him. He was like really important at the time. I don't quite know. I don't know Magic. But there was a event where basically all his games were covered in just really in-depth detail. Like everyone, the casters followed his exact deck list, like his exact sideboarding choices. And the miking was such where you really heard a lot of what was happening on the table. And then the casters would add just like a little bit more of like a meta commentary of keeping the viewer engaged on, we approach Reed Duke's turn. He taps up. Looking really good for him here. There's a Strix on the board. Like that kind of casting rather than, this is looking awesome. Oh, Reed Duke, he's drawing up his hand and, oh my God, the damage is just thrown down. This is incredible. The equipment going on the block here looks like that's coming in for 8. Blah, blah. Like, it's a different way of casting, and I think Punkage is going to be really, really good at it. So we flew him out to cover this event. I'll be there to help with some of the hosting responsibilities, but I'm so excited for this weekend. Look at this. Like, this is an old event, and even they were doing the hand camera type stuff. But I'm working on a lot of different angles and like graphics and ways we're gonna like try to tell this story from literal pack open to end of the M&R run. So it's a big event. I'm really hoping it lands well. I do think the insane energy casting is fun though, wrestling vibes. It can be, but not for this event is my point. Like for this event, that's not how you tell that story. So that's why like Punkage specifically is who we wanted out for casting, because he lives in that vein of just like, he only says like exactly what needs to be said, like just very relevant, like play-by-play insight. He's got like that perfect amount of like color commentary that this is going to need, because it doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be high energy, really. It needs to follow the players and their conversations, because for a team event, the conversations are happening nonstop among the team, right? Among the team. The team itself is talking with each other. Hey, like Roger, come in. Like, what's the choice here on this block? This is whatever. Those conversations like really carry this kind of narrative. So that's what we're going to be focusing on. I mean, if it works, I really hope it does. Really hope it does. Waiting on the playmat. Okay. Well, I guess there's two versions of that story. Like the Savage Sheets playmat, we have one back here. But the merch stuff that I'll be putting out soon, like the t-shirts and mats and all that, that is still for just League of Levia itself. League of Levia itself is still like the whole Mansant thing is still like something that needs its own funding this summer. The Savage Feats is okay. Savage Feats is good. We set our budget. We've got what we're working with on that front. So in terms of like generating revenue for Savage Feats, that's not really part of the scope right now. Probably will be at some point. But not right now. Not right now. Macho Man Sant Lady Savage. Oh, that's quite the basically that's Nathan Dolman. He could definitely be Randy Savage. Oh, since we talked about merch, when are the League of Levia sleeves coming back? Oh yeah, okay. So, well, just to address that, how about by, let's say 2 weeks? I can't hard promise, but most likely in 2 weeks. I have the new stuff on order, and I'm working with a new producer. It's actually the same guy who worked on Andy, who worked on the bag for LSS and the like socks, the shitty Christmas present socks. That guy, friend of mine, Andy, is working on making the playmats and t-shirts and all that we're going to be doing for Levia. And then I've got the Dragon Shield stuff on order as well. So timing wise, like, sure, maybe let's say 2 weeks or so. I need to send some emails and follow up on that. But all that is in the works. It is in the works. So pretty soon that will be available to you all, which will be good. So there we go. That's all the news for the day. Then we can get to some gameplay. That's why everyone's here. I mean, everyone clicked on the video for Meataxe. Why'd you stick around for all this rambling? Come on. But in line with huge fan of Savage Land News, literally went from School of Levia, from you to School of Rhinar with him. Yeah. Nathan is so sick. I mean, in terms of competitive brute content, he's miles ahead of me. You can't pretend Levia's anywhere near as competitive as Rhinar, which is funny because Rhinar's not even that good. But he was like where I went, right? When I needed like the Rhinar bump, needed a bit of that Rhinar. it was his channel. Like, it's just an absolute goldmine of knowledge for all that. And then he's just a friend of mine anyway, and we've been working on, obviously, other things in the background now. You were hoping to get some for your fiance for Brazilian Valentine's? Oh, sweet. I hope that works out. I don't know when Brazilian Valentine's is. Brazilian Valentine's Day. June 12th? Oh, shoot. Well, that's today, isn't it? Happy Valentine's to your fiance. You can let them know that it'll probably be like a month late. Maybe a month late, but you can get some for her. I promise. I promise. And yeah, I'll definitely bring everything to Worlds, 100%. The plan is to just go hard. You know, we've got... I mean, here, I'll show what we're working with here. This is some of the old branding for Savage Feats. Oops. Some of the old branding for Savage Feats. But here's what we've got coming, basically. These are new sleeves that are going out. Actually, you can just let me know if you even like this stuff, right? If you don't, then I guess I'll hold off because I was going to order everything today. So these are the different sleeve iterations, right? This was the first one. This was the first one. And I liked it. It was like super clean. By not having too much ink on it, the feel on these was actually pretty unique. And then I made these based on the artist proof that Wisnu Tan made for me, but I'm not like really allowed to sell this art. So I only made those for giveaways and then like for me personally. And I still have a bunch of those that are just going to be for that reason only, like giveaway type stuff. But then I moved over to like an inverted color palette just with the black on this. You know, it's much more Levia, right? Much more Demonastery to go with like the whole shadow look. So we could either do this as a card sleeve or use some of the other art that I've got commissioned as card sleeves. Which we can go over here. So this is the playmat in theory. I was gonna add zones on it, which actually I think I can pull those zones right now. Oh, oops, that's sized like way wrong. All right, some kind of mock-up like that. I don't even know if this is like exactly sized to like a playmat yet. Yeah, it looks like I need to work on the sizing for a playmat anyway. Yeah, that doesn't really help. Like, yeah, because it's gonna look different anyway. But this is the playmat art that we were going with, commissioned by an artist from my home country of Chile. He is Ray of Sand on Instagram. He did fan art for Levia a while back, and I actually used it for a thumbnail and then reached out to him to make sure I had permission. Then we got to talking, and I commissioned him for this art piece anyway, which is, when I do like the intro art, or not the intro art, but when I do like the Mansant intro, this one, when I do like this one, oh god, that's so loud. Hold on, let me turn that down. I apologize. Where's the volume? Let's turn this way down. So when I commissioned it for him, the idea was actually to use it in animation. You see this? So it's like layered in a specific way to like work with this animated flow. But it does, I think, also work as a playmat really well. It's got all kind of our big players. You got Hungering Slaughterbeast back here. The promo Boneyard Marauder, baby. Boneyard Marauder. Can't miss it. Deadwood Rumbler. Endless Maw. Goddamn Dread Screamer. I love Dread Screamer. And then Mark of the Beast. So those are all like the pretty iconic ones. You're kind of running out of space. Like in theory, you could have like Graveling Growl and Writhing Beast Hulk, and that'd be like the full homie crew. But this is, I mean, I think it works. I really love the Dread Screamer down here. So, yeah, I think this is a playmat. It's probably pretty nice. I don't know how, like, those colors will print. I feel like it's kind of an interesting palette for the table. But either way, like, I do love the art. I do freaking love the art. So I'm hoping that works as a playmat pretty well. It's got, like, a really cool kind of... In terms of framing for how a Flesh Blood playmat will look, it's pretty good, right? Like, you know, Levia will never be covered up. She's kind of pointing, in a way, like, at the combat chain, like, up here. And then you've got like these guys like kind of eating your headpiece, like eating your banish or your graveyard banish stone. Like it's actually framed really well for a playmat, because, you know, you're going to have this spot is kind of what's covered up, and who cares, right? So I think it'll work. I think it'll work. And yeah, I will add zones. I will definitely add zones. Probably make them very faint, though. Like, I don't want to overpower the art. But yeah, zones make sense for Flesh and Blood. Like, even this is a bit too much. I don't quite like the kind of white glow on it. But anyway, so these are the ideas so far. This is the card back for the League of Levia, because got to use that logo somewhere. And then this is the playmat itself. I don't really want to put like Man-Sant on it or like League of Levia or anything. The artist's signature is right here, and I think that's good enough. And then for the shirts, we have these just insane art pieces. Let me blow these up. They are like, you are not gonna believe the story on these. You are not gonna believe the story. So I have a friend back in Michigan who played Pokemon with me, right? And as a present for a friend, he just drew a playmat. He just like made a playmat for a friend. And it was some of the like most impressive stylized for Pokemon artwork I've ever seen. The guy just blew it out of the park. So I hit him up like after I saw that. I was like, "Yo, Charlie, do you think," he didn't play Flesh and Blood. I was like, "Do you think you could do, you know, this for Flesh and Blood? Like, could you like kind of get ingrained in like the Flesh and Blood aesthetic and like, you know, work and make these like Levia prints for me?" And it took him a long time. It literally took him 1 year. It took him 1 year from when I asked him to start the project to completion. 1 year. That's how good this guy is in terms of like, he really wanted to read every bit of lore. He literally like went out of his way to play Levia as well. And he finally came back with the art pieces. And the idea for these is to use them on t-shirts, but they could also be sleeves as well. They're not like fully fleshed out scenes for like a playmat or anything, but this is the Levia. Like, look at the hexagore here, man. What on earth? Like the sinewy straps onto the skulls, like the blood drip, the monster forearms of Levia, like how ripped she is, the thighs, you know, the like the hexagore itself. Like, look at this thing. Look at how it's like hanging on her, like her little bone spurs or whatever. Like, God, it looks so good. The face plates, like I love this art piece. I don't know how other people feel. I mean, the style is like, you know, it's not exactly Flesh and Blood, right? Like the face is a bit more like cartoony, I guess. But it's just so badass. I love this look. The colors really pop with me. I love the tentacles, like how they all look in the light here. So Ethan's seconds away from the stream becoming not safe for work. I know, I zoomed in a little questionably. Oh, you want to make it not safe for work? Let me show you some. Well, okay, not actually. It's safe for work. It's safe for work, okay? But we have a meme inside the Levia Discord about how much I like Levia's feet, because when I first met Wisnu Tan, the first thing I nerded out about were Levia's feet, because in the concept art, like he had like multiple versions of her feet, and I'd never seen that. Like, I couldn't even tell you what Levia's feet looked like, because, you know, I don't even know if they're on her art, like whatever. But then when Charlie did his Levia, he included the feet. Look, he did the feet. I think they actually look really good. You know, for making it up, like, look at that. Look at how like the tendon pulls, and then there's like the pointy tip. I think they look pretty good. They look pretty good. Savage feats. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. But yeah, if we were to do a card back, it'd probably be this, right? It'd be something like this. All right, so that's the adult Levia, right? I'm thinking on a t-shirt. You know, it kind of fits. I was thinking like chest. I mean, I don't know if like front or back is better on that kind of thing, but there's potential to maybe do both sides, right? Do like front with adult Levia, back with young Levia, or just split it up, or do it inverted or something. So you guys can let me know actually what you think. But then this is the young Levia, and the young Levia, different color palette, right? The two different phases of her being, where she's mostly purple on the outside, like summoning the red, and then it kind of inverts where she's purple on the inside and then like, you know, exuding the red. But yeah, so look at this one. This is straight out of her young Levia art with all the candles, like the symbol, the dead rabbit here. And then this is so neat. All like the bloody trails actually spell Levia then in the air. That's pretty sick. I really love how that looks. And yeah, just the details on the hand, like the glow on like the energy, the blood energy coming out. And then her face is a really interesting angle. The more I look at it, the more I like it. But I think from afar, it looks maybe like a little strange. You know, like the shadows are odd. But when you zoom in, it makes sense. Like it's a bit upturned, right? It's kind of like Vincent in a way. And you can see like the bite she took out of the rabbit, and the glow in her eyes. And her hair is straight up my hair, you know, from when I did my cosplay. I think these look so good. I'm so happy with how they worked out. And yes, it took a year. It took a year for these to be made. But now we have all the Levia art in the world. You know, we got the playmat, we got the sleeves, we got the t-shirts, and it's all in time for Dusk Till Dawn. No, it's definitely not for a white tee. I was thinking dark gray. I have the test tees. They're dark gray. But it's all in time for Dusk Till Dawn, you know? It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Now, imagine Levia gets, like, no support in Dusk Till Dawn. Wouldn't that suck? It's like, oh, the big Levia push. We got the pins from Metal Fab tokens out, which are so sick, by the way. We got, like, you know, the new sleeves, the t-shirts, the playmats, and Levia just sucks. What if that happens? What if that happens? Little worried. I also have like the full scene art, so if we want to do sleeves of the young Levia, that's also possible. I don't know if this would actually scale on a sleeve super well. It's more square. But yeah, so anyway, you can see some of the early stuff for Savage Feats I was working on before I made the final thing. That's the Levia talk for the day. God, are we even going to play games today? Are we even going to play games? Do I trust James? No. Here's the sad part. You know what's so funny about his whole be patient, don't you trust me? Look into my eyes, do you trust me? Let me tell you why I don't trust James White when it comes to brute design. He said at Worlds that swing big was one of the biggest mistakes they've ever made. When he was asked about what like cards he wished were never printed, he said swing big and Thunderquake. What? You're gonna put swing big on that list? Jesus Christ! Like, you're telling me that the best card in Brute, the best design we've ever seen of this, like, whole incentive to block, like, just such a unique space for Brute, where they're not going to be a hit effect class. They're instead going to be a class where, you know, we're basically saying, hey, you take an off turn now, your next turn gets better. We're basically telling you, like, that's how you can play into us with this incredible card, right? And you tell me that you wish you never printed that card? What the No, I don't trust you, James. I can't trust you. You pulled the rug out from under me 2 times now. You nerfed Levia for draft balance and just left her to rot in CC. You nerfed Hungering Slaughter Beast and Boneyard Marauder, buddy. Can't trust you. And then you tell me you wish you never printed Swing Big? What the I can't trust you, man. I can't. I absolutely cannot. So, sorry. I have no trust. I have no trust in Levia for Dusk Till Dawn. I mean, he's trolling me. He's actually trolling me. Do you trust me? No, dude. No, I don't. When did he say that? He said that at Worlds. At the Q&A panel at Worlds. I don't know if it was recorded. Someone asked him, like, are there any cards you wish weren't printed? You know, for like the longevity of the game. For like, you know, design in the far future. Like what cards like kind of scare you? And he said Glacial Footsteps, Thunderquake, and Swing Big. He said like just putting too many stats on a card was just a terrible idea. It never should have happened. And I get that for Glacial Footsteps and Thunderquake, like the value on those cards like is nuts. But don't tell me about Swing Big. Like what the heck, dude? If he's scared of printing a red 8 that's playable, then we'll never get another blue 6. You know? Because that's how it would scale. 876, right? Jeez, dude. Jeez. Your e-response living rent free. Yeah. Well, like, so like at the Pro Tour, when I asked about Levi's support, and he's like, Ethan, you just gotta be patient, mate. Do you trust me? And I'm just like, no, man. What do you want me to say? You want me to go on that rant in front of everybody? You want me to go in front on that rant? No, you don't. Yeah. Okay. So that's where Brutal live, unfortunately. For whatever reason, like, I don't know why I can't see the chat in full. There's like an emote covering the chat. Like, I can't see what you typed. If I look at like if I look at the stream, I guess I can read it. Just print a 6 mana red. Red 8. Yeah, see, there you go. There you go. Just do that for Brute. It doesn't have to be a playable 6 at all. But just give us something. But no, I really don't think they're ever going to give us a blue. I don't think it's going to happen. Supposedly, the story is that they have tried to put a blue 6 multiple times in sets, and it gets axed. And the full deets on that story are actually true. There have been multiple times now. I mean, what the hell can I confirm? I just hear what I hear. But there have apparently been multiple times where there is a dev who is very terrified of shipping the blue 6. And so part of the design team like truly axes the blue 6 every time it comes up. That's a true story from James. Where he mentioned that like they try to do it and it doesn't get through. There is a dev. I can vet that story. There is a dev who doesn't let it happen. And I get it. I mean, it'd be a little terrifying to have a meta where I don't even think Rhinar would be the best deck, but the non-interactiveness of just a deck that is too consistent with like just full intim turns, berserk BS, whatever the hell, to just like non-interact you out of the game in like 2 turns is very scary. But they have done other things in the past. Like, you know, they did ship Starvo, just saying. You know, they're okay with matchups like freaking, you know, Kano and like Prism existing. You know, like they're okay with like that kind of stuff. But they won't give us a blue 6. Oh well. Rhinar won a game. Can't ship it. That's what it is. They play him against every single hero. They're like, guys, Rhinar won a game. We cut the support. Axe it. Ixnay on the Rhinar support. No, sir. No, sir. So we just need to find this Deb and break his knees. That's what you said, right, Victor? I agree. No, like Savage Lands is a set. It will come out. I don't think it's going to be the set this year. But if it is, then cool. Then it proves the theory of like the counterclockwise card back. It will be a set at some point, though. And with that, there can't not be brute support, you know? There can't not be brute support. That is coming, right? Today, will there be a spoiled new car? If yes, where? That's a good question. I don't know, unless someone said so on Twitter. I want to scroll back because someone asked a question up here I wanted to get to. Oh man, actually chat's been popping off. Thanks guys. Oh man, there's a lot of questions I want to get to. Okay, let's rapid fire these. Matt, what's up? Matt is in the chat, the one who gave me the mandible claw. Hell yeah, buddy. Look what I got right here. I got it right here. This is unfortunately this did snap in travel, so I need to glue that. But I do have the mandible claw. Look at this sucker. We're not playing Meataxe Rhinar, apparently. We're playing Mandible Claw Rhinar. Thank you so much for that, man. It is my mantelpiece up here. It is so sick. Who else can just pull out a Mandible Claw? You know? Oh, hey, yeah, give me a second. Pull out Mandible Claw. Someone asked something about the Patreon. I really wish I could find that question. Do you sign cards? Yes, I can absolutely sign cards. I always bring Sharpies with me. All right, dang it. Someone asked about the Patreon. I don't know where that question went, but you can ask it again and I'll answer it. But basically, I revamped the Patreon. I talked about it in the beginning of the stream. It's no longer just for Talishar sleeves, which is the only incentive I had before. I did buff it out to have like real other perks now, but the idea is still I don't want to paywall content. I don't think there's anything I can put out there that is like worth like your money in trying to like get you to pay money for it. But if you want to support me, then the Patreon exists, the like channel membership exists. Soon the merch will exist. That'll be the best way, and you get something very tangible out of it, right? So that'll be the big deal. But yeah, so if you want to check out the Patreon, links in the description for that. And you do get Talishar sleeves, which are still the coolest perk. I do love that. Shoot, let me find that playmat design is sweet. Oh, I already read that one. What place are you looking to get these printed? You've had a rough experience with gaming? Yeah, so actually Andy Portillo, the guy who did all of the printing for LSS, he's like their guy in the States. He does the water bottles. He did the socks. He did the bags, like little athletic bags. He does playmats too. He's just like a print shop, and he can pretty much do anything. So he is my print guy for everything but the sleeves. He's on Twitter. You can find him. Andy Portillo is how you'd spell it. Double L. Oh, there's the Patreon. Just got back. Is this going to be a general merch or Patreon? General merch. I do need to figure out a better way to sell it online because the last online website I had was miserable. It was like not the right way to do things. It was so finicky with like needing business stuff that like I didn't have yet. And so I like put in some kind of false info there and I was getting a little sketched out about it come tax season. So I closed it and I'll have to figure out something else. It really might be as back alley as you just DM me, which I hope it's not that. I hope it's not that scuffed. All right. Let's keep going. Any chance of setting up an official European distribution so those of us who aren't there don't have to pay nose for the shipping? See, that's the other problem with the old model. Luckily, Sammy in the chat, PK Sam, it turns out I can ship to him for almost free because he's got a friend who lives on a military base in Spain or something. I forget. But when you ship to the military, it counts as local postage. And specifically, there is no like export fee when I ship from New York because that's where they export it out of. They send all of the European mail from New York anyway. So when I pay to ship stuff to this military address, it's dirt cheap. So we'll definitely have to work together, me and Sam, to kind of like bulk send some stuff to Europe because then distribution will, work in its own way once it gets there, and that'll be something else to figure out. But I don't think it's ideal for me to send things individually to Europe. It's so much money. It doesn't make sense. So it's either like bring it to Worlds or work with Sam, right? Work with Sam. Spence and I are talking Levia. It's what we do, baby. I could spend the whole month on Levia. We could do that. We could do a card a day. I'll talk about a singular card for an entire day, and I bet you I could do it. How are you planning on making the sleeves? So I'm partnered with Dragon Shield. They're a sponsor of the coverage I do, and they don't pay in money. It's just not how their sponsorships work, but they pay in product. So then I can convert that to sleeves. And then I also get to give you all free stuff with that partnership. They sponsor tons of, I've got some, it's pretty cool. Like they send me free stuff to give away. So I save it all for the events so that we can do like really cool giveaway stuff on the events. These are the ones that came with the promo. So we'll be doing some of those at Baltimore. Stay tuned. Actually, I think they send those to a lot of people, but I give them away. It makes sense. You're a big fan of the custom Dragon Shield sleeves. Could you maybe pay for the card back to use it with the custom sleeve? Oh, yeah. So that's the full story. That's how it works. Like I bulk order them, the customs like this. And then I would just ship them out to you. Because for me, they're effectively like, well, they're not free. I'm getting paid in sleeves for their sponsorship. So then I can use that to make the sleeves and then sell the sleeves. And like that way I can make some money out of it. Which let me tell you, this full-time Fab Summer, thank you for everyone who became a member and donated. We've got officially like $20 on the books. It's a good summer. Honestly, I'm impressed. It's even $20. I really expected this summer to be just me hanging out on stream and a bunch of people getting bored of me. I really thought that's what was going to happen all summer. Instead, it's been the opposite. There's been people that have come through with incredible words of encouragement, some donations, and everyone just hanging out is just a joy in and of itself. It's so sick. So I'm loving this summer. It's one of my favorites so far, and it'll hopefully get better with some of the events that come through too. You talked to James at the PT and told you that Dust Till Dawn is going to be insane set for Runeblade fans. Oh my god. I'm officially quitting the game, I think, if that's true. If it's a Runeblade set, I'm out, dude. I'm out. Okay, I think, let me catch up here. Yeah, there's the spoiler card question. Okay, so we're back to where I left it. Do we just ignore they gave us 5 months of hell with Starvo? Maybe let the heroes that have lurked in the shadows since the game release have a spotlight, rather than all new hero copium? Well, Wes, oh, what's up, Wes, by the way? I mean, that's how it works, but there are so many regions in Wraith, especially the unannounced region, the one that Brian Gottlieb said in his most recent interview. There's a hidden region that we don't know about. I think I kind of knew this because At Pro Tour, James, one of the questions to the art directors, I'm gonna pull up the thing so that we can talk about it. One of the questions to like the art panel at the Pro Tour was about like, what's your favorite like art that you've done in Wraith, like something like that, something along those lines. And the answer was this thing. The answer, I don't know if anyone's made a YouTube video about this, so it's not my kind of content, so I don't want to do it, but this is like totally a DM Armada type of thing. The art director answered that this was like something to look out for. Like this matters, right? So my working theory is that this is like some underwater region of Wraith that we don't know about. And like Quiver of the Abyssal Depths is kind of an alluding to the abyssal depths, right? Like there's something to do with the down deep, you know? So I'm thinking maybe this is the abyssal depths. Like there is just a region here. I actually don't know if anyone's said that before, so I hope I'm not spoiling anything. But that's from what was talked about at the Pro Tour panel in collusion now with what Brian Gottlieb said in his most recent interview. So maybe that's the first time I'm dropping that. But that's what I've been thinking about. I should tweet about that, actually. This seems like very plausible, actually, and not just totally crackpot. But yeah, if you look at all of Wraith, the art director had mentioned that a sea monster was like really relevant in like upcoming stuff. And I don't think it's this one. You know, this one's like a little too generic. You know, it's just like a dragon near Volcor, right? But then you've got this in like a region of the world that has pretty much nothing, you know? Like, look at this area. There's not much going on this entire part of the map. So either this is like some unannounced, like, you know, desert wasteland, whatever, like all the desert people that we see in Volcor, maybe they like traveled from this area. I don't know. I think it's more likely the hidden region is this. So that's the assumption. Also, I just love this map. It's so nice. It's so well done. They, at the Pro Tour, they had like a venue map that was made in this same way. That is just perfect flavor. I loved it. I could easily talk about a card for a whole day. You're absolutely right, Josh. You don't need more Runeblade stuff? 100% agree. 100% agree. If they, for whatever goddamn reason, imagine they go back and like give Shadow Runeblade the Fabled this set or something, you know, like an evolution of the Arknight Shard from Viscerai. They're just like, hey, Shadow Runeblade gets a Fabled this set. And like Shadow, as in Levia, gets like that left out. I don't know how I'm going to handle that one. That'd be nuts. Whew, Lord. Just put Vincent's Banish a card. Wait, just put Vincent's Banish a card from your hand at start of turn to Levia. Well, okay, so here's my issue with... Oh, thank you, Oliver. My issue with fixing Levia is that I don't want her to just never worry about Blood Debt. If she never has to worry about turning off Blood Debt, then she is just like a boring hero, right? She would be a hero that just is good numbers and has no drawback anymore, but also doesn't do anything too unique, right? You just like turn off Blood Debt every turn and like you just don't worry. You're just a deck with numbers and that's it. So I want there to still be something that's pushed a little bit more, like give her really cracked recursion pieces, give her like way more aggro in her kit, like that's not just Blood or Spells or something, but balance it with the fact that you do need to perfectly play this hero and manage your graveyard and, you know, worry about graveyard fill and like do all the bits that make Levia unique and play unique and worry still about this downside of Blood Debt, but counter that with power somewhere else in her kit. Don't keep her at this kind of baseline good numbers and just fix Blood Debt. Good numbers, no Blood Debt is just kind of boring. Like I don't love that design. So I've never been a fan of just the whole, like, she needs to turn off Blood Debt more consistently. I think she just needs higher quality cards across the board to fill some holes that are pretty naturally there because there just aren't that many Levia cards, for one. And then I think they need to absolutely juice up her recursion support and she'd be nuts. That's where I want to see Levia support. That's where I want to see it. It is on a video somewhere. Oh, thank you, Ty. The whole set that takes place in the belly of a sea monster. There you go. Wait, Ty, can you link that video for us? I'd love to see it because I don't think I'm paraphrasing like that too much. it's something along those lines. And Brian Gottlieb just recently had his interview like 3 days ago. So unless there's like a super recent video that talks about it, I haven't really seen anything about this theory. Just arrived. What's the big announcement? The big announcement is this. Savage Feats. The big announcement is that I have now split the production side of what I do into its own entity, into Savage Feats, a production company that is now going to be in charge of all the event coverage that goes on, separating that from my own Mansant personal brand, right, where I'm just kind of doing what I want, right, and being a talking head and complaining my ass off about Runeblade, right, like, that's its own thing, and now, legitimately, the production company Savage Feats will run in its own professional business sphere, and we're taking on the first run of events that are announced now. Battlehard in Baltimore, Battlehard in Cincinnati, Battlehard in Columbus, and Canadian Nationals, which is pretty sick. So that's the big announcement. You can go back and watch that video for more details. And, drop a sub if you can so that you can tune in this weekend for Battlehard in Baltimore, because this one in particular is going to be really unique. And I'll add timestamps to this later so you can go back and look at everything. But that was the main announcement. We launched Savage Feats. It's real, baby. I love it. Not to be confused with Savage Farts or Savage Feats, as in Levia's feet. Okay. Man, chat is so fun. This is the best. Who cares about gameplay? You want Shadow to get a Fabled in the same vein of Great Library? Okay, you want the full story on that, Ethan? This is another reason why I cannot trust anything that comes out of LSS's mouth. I love him to death, but you cannot trust him. Because at Worlds, when we still weren't sure everything that was in Dynasty, right? We hadn't seen the Fabled. I heard from the grapevine, from someone who heard from an LSS dev, so who even knows if it's like a true story at that point? I was being drip-fed news. But someone told me that Dynasty had a Shadow Fabled because there was a dichotomy of design between how in Monarch, the Shadow Heroes each got a legendary, right? They got an extra legendary. They got the Doomsday and Eclipse, right? And then there was a light Fabled. In Dynasty, Prism and Boltyn got unique legendaries. And so the Shadow Heroes were going to get their unique Fabled. It was going to be this dichotomy of design thing. And I heard that and was sold. I was like, holy shit, that just makes sense. I get it. That's why randomly Prism and Boltyn got these legendary support cards, and like the Shadow Heroes got nothing. Now it makes sense. We get the Fabled. It's being drip fed to us across sets. This is awesome. Like, I love it. Well done, LSS. And then it was a Fabled CNC. What? I mean, for the health of the game overall, going towards like the Fabled being a max rarity slot actually does make sense. That is a good move for not pricing people out of the game. But also, what the hell, man? What happened to the whole dichotomy of design? I was so baited. I was baited. And I know the LSS dev that supposedly said that. So well done to them. Absolute troll. I love it. Got me tilted to this day. Well done, LSS. That's maybe why, that's what they exist for, I think. Just absolutely to knock me off my rocker. Kids are back. The real brutes gotta go. All right, Sam, we'll talk later. Thanks for hanging around. Call it extra income. Oh, I don't know if it's going to make any money. If anything, the Savage Feats launch like cost some upfront money, right? We had to give it a bit of a nest egg so that it can survive while we try to like build the model out. But for the long-term health of the game, I'm super thrilled with it. Super thrilled. So yeah, maybe eventually it'll be an income earner eventually. Thank you, Seabiscuit. Look at that. Hey, speaking of Levi cosplay, who's that guy? Who's that guy over there? You remember that whole symmetry spiel? It's what it was. It was fed to me, man. It's absolutely fed to me. Give me a high fave and give yourself a pat in the back. You are chill. All right, thanks, Blastoise. Oh, Carolina, super excited for you and Savage Feats. Wow, why am I even mentioning my own piddly cosplay when Carolina's in the chat? What's up, Carolina? It is good to have you. You weren't in Singapore just recently with Matt, huh? I don't think so. If you were in Singapore, what the hell are you doing in this chat? Go back and enjoy. We were going to have a Shadow Fabled in Dustil Dawn, but now it's Surgical Extraction Kappa. Yeah. Oh man, that'd be hilarious. They took a slot from Levia and gave it to the Surgical Reprint. Oh yeah. I care about gameplay, and you have to keep track of how many times Blood Debt kills you. All right, yep. You care about gameplay. Let's do it. You care about gameplay. We're here for the gameplay, are we not? So today's stream, I mean, you saw it in the thumbnail. It's all about meat. It's all about meat. And this was really inspired not only by my partnership now with Nathan, but there was a really funny moment at the Monarch draft I was playing in last Friday where right next to me, my friend David, who did the Riptide deck tech with me, he goes, swing my meat for 5? And I don't know why, I just like hadn't heard that before, and I don't even think he said it intentionally, but just the whole idea of like swing my meat for 5, like it's funny for multiple reasons. 5's not anyway, whatever. But won't be swinging much if it's just 3, let me tell you. But if it's 5, maybe you're okay. It was just like so funny. It was so funny to hear that. So now I'm inspired. I want to play Meataxe Rhinar. I really do. Because there's a unique build that's been circling around. Did pretty decent at an RTN around here. And it was actually pushed by another friend of mine, Alex, from the Banished Zone. Met him out in New York City when I was doing the Iron Song Society stream out there. Love the crew out there. Love them. And then he did pretty decently at the Calling. I think he did like top 32 or something with Meataxe Rhinar. So we're going to play it. We're going to play it and just see what happens. I don't think the deck is that competitive because at the end of the day, a lot relies on variants that you have like literally no control over. When you're playing like a first cycle Berserk deck, right? Like you just don't control it. You just don't control that, right? So I don't think it'll be amazing, but it'll probably be fun. And I like swinging my meat, apparently, because that's what us brute players enjoy. So let's play the list. I have the list over here. Smash with big meat. Oh, man. Please don't print that card, LSS. Not like that. Okay, so funny enough, Icelanders actually really like to go second. Takes a lot of tempo. We do give them an arsenal for free going first, which is decent. Us going first with this deck probably does land a ton of just random damage, though. I think there's enough like BS in the deck that we can probably cheese going first. And then with the Intims, they won't get to craft a perfect going second hand anyway. So even though, funny enough, they like going second these days, I'm still going to pick first. Hi, good luck. All right, we're in. Yep, AB3, beaten trackers. Wizard Killer is apparently a deck option here, so I guess we press it. Looks like we're not running Berserks in this matchup. It gives them a window to respond. Makes sense. We're actually running Claws. Oh, come on. This isn't even a Meataxe build in the Wizard matchup. Yeah. I mean, Mandible Claws do get a lot better into Iyslander with the removal of Hypothermia. You don't have to worry about that too much, to be fair. Alright, well, it's not even a Meataxe game, apparently. We're gonna play it. Smash with Big Meat, patron reward card, please, and thanks. I'll have to commission some truly not safe for work art on that one. Oh my god. What am I turning into here? Okay, we can go for kind of the cheesy Blood Rush start now. Discarding Skullcrack would mean we're left with 2 floating. In theory, we have like another yellow that pays for this. This is gone, so we're really hoping to draw... Well, we're hoping for a lot. It'd be drawing a blue. If we don't discard the Skullcrack, it's drawing yellows. If we do, it's drawing another 2 cost. That's a bit too risky for the turn 1 here, so I actually think I'm just going to pass and arsenal the Blood Rush instead, and just go for a full-on Blood Rush turn 2. Try not to miss. Ashikaze would appreciate the not safe for work smash with big meat. All right. Okay, well, now this plan doesn't quite work. So we're not going to have the Frostbite, so we can at least play back the Bare Fangs. Yeah, our turn just becomes Bare Fangs. Eh. Yeah, I didn't really want to play out the Blood Rush on a hand that was likely to only claw attack, and even the attack itself was a bit questionable. Because that's only 13. You figure you Intim 1 on that kind of play. And so if the Wizard player has 3 blocks left, then you only got 4 damage through turn 0 and burned a Blood Rush. That just doesn't seem quite worth it. Now we're playing slower, and they just let us land 8. And we still have a Blood Rush set up, and they can't really interact with that, so I think it's fine. Which class do you think features the most bare feet in artwork? Ninja, Illusionist, Brute? It's Illusionist. Those Illusionists, I don't even know if they walk, you know? They just like float around on their little phantasmal feet. I'm not sure you want to see many naked Brute feet, you know? They're workers. They're out there hunting prey. Alright, well, we don't really get a turn. But that's fine. It's not like this converts to Frost-Hex, necessarily. Yeah, because they only showed us Cold Snap. Okay. Yeah, so we don't actually... These don't actually convert to damage. We're just playing slow. And we'd rather hold the blue just for either the Blood Rush if they don't play something out, or it at least covers the Waning Moon because we know that they have the Cold Snap, right? Don't kink shame you. I'm not, man. Everything's allowed. Hell, I've even, with all the legal Avaya chat about how much I like feet, I'm starting to believe it. I promise you, it's not true. I'm getting duped. Yeah, so this will unfreeze started their turn anyway, so it really doesn't matter here. We cover the 3. Just wait. All right, looks like for a while we're just not going to be allowed to have turns, but it's really not the biggest deal. Not too much damage landing. They took 8 to really let this happen, so we're still riding that high for a little bit here. Aether Ice Vein. Well, we can't really do anything with the hand anyway, so we can just pay into it, pay into the discard. Maybe I just discard the yellow Wrecker Up, actually. I don't even want this in the deck, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you can just have the yellow Wrecker. Get that trash out of here. Alright. Pretty exciting gameplay so far. Good stuff. That's 2 red Eisenhowls down. A channel down. Oh, now it matters. We're going to take 1 damage from all this. Although they probably Waning Moon as well. Alright, see, let me tell you a little story about how uninteractive LSS thinks Brute is. Okay? They think Brute. They think Brute just says your opponent can't do anything. You know, you just deal damage and then, like, what happens, right? Let me tell you a little story about Iyslander. Have I had choice ever? Because the color of the cards that I've drawn were taxed. And how do I control that? You know? What's the outplay there? What am I supposed... Was I supposed to just, like, open Energy Potion, roll Scabs, drop another Energy Potion? Was that, like, how I outplay this LSS? Was that the plan? Alright, we have a window. We have our window. What does this freeze? Freeze a card in their arsenal? Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I think we let that happen and just make this a pulping turn. It's not the biggest deal. If this can be a decent turn into Blood Rush being a decent turn... Wait, was that even frozen? Yeah, they did fuse it. I don't see like a frozen token. Oh, okay. It's not. I don't see a token for it, but it is frozen. Yeah. Okay. Discarded a red. That's fine. I mean, this lets me pay for 2 more claws through a frostbite, which is most likely what we're facing down. It'll break the Frost Hex damage, so it's effectively like an AB1 as well, keeping the 2 yellows here. I have a PB&J that I made to eat pre-stream, and I haven't. It's like half done. Give me a second. Man, it is not that good. All right, Blue Arctic kind of ruins the plan, doesn't it? Kind of ruined the plan, but we at least break them. Iyslander made you lose interest and quit the game for half a year for how much she dominated your LGS and how uninteractive she is. It's a fear, man. Iyslander is the deck that can just take away interaction. Which is interesting, because you'd think that Iyslander is like the most interactive deck. You're playing on like your turn, your opponent's turn. But what that means is like you're taking away your opponent's ability to play the game. The Iyslander player loves it. The Iyslander player is, oh, this is awesome. Like every turn matters type of deal. But then you playing into it are just sitting there like, this is fun. I get to like cast 1 card and then my turn ends. It's not like that for every matchup, obviously. It's not. But it can feel that way. Alright, now we probably just eat a whopping amount of damage to just... Well, we can get rid of a blue to just AB1 and then pay through the tax. The problem is they reveal the Channel Lake Frigid. So I don't really want to play a Blood Rush turn into the Channel Lake Frigid. That sounds pretty miserable. But keeping this hand only throws 6. Keeping this hand only throws 6, but... Oh, that's really rough. If I just eat all of this to try to force a Blood Rush, but then... the channel tax just like makes it not function, it's pretty much game over there. I needed a window, and I'm not getting it. I'm getting too low. I mean, it'll be effectively taxing a Frostbite, an extra cost here, an extra cost here, an extra cost here. So it's putting me at needing 4 resources to push through like an ideal Blood Rush turn. That's not worth it. There's almost no way that works out. So I think I'll just save life here. We're admitting that the turn just won't work. You can have the yellow wrecker again. And then my turn's just going to be Mandible Claw, hold the blue. Or maybe I hold the Beast Within. There's no way I throw 6, because that's just eating 4 damage for free. They're going to play out the channel. They're going to Waning Moon me. I'll take a tick on the Frost Hex and the Waning Moon, so that's just asking for 4 damage. If I throw the Frostbite now, then I only take 1 damage. Or rather, throw the Claw. Yeah, I don't really think I'm keeping either card, effectively. But in case I'm keeping a card, I guess I'll make the blue. Why not play Tear Limb for Limb while you have Beast Within in hand? Because I have no faith in that card. I literally have no faith in that card. But it would also mean taking the 5, discarding the Recuromp, playing Tear Limb from Limb, pitching the blue, and then hoping you win the 50-50 on Beast Within. If you don't, then you wasted your turn. Like if you... Because Tear Limb from Limb is draw discard, so it doesn't guarantee hit the Beast Within. So you're asking for a 50-50 that if it misses, you just have no turn. Because, sure, like, in theory you get, like, the trigger off, but you'll only have the Beast Within in hand and 1 floating, and then they're just going to respond with Channel Lake anyway, and so you can't even pay for Claw. Like, that's just... What kind of turn is that? That is trash. Alright, they're slowing down. They want to hold Tunic for the Channel Lake play. Makes sense. If it was Fuse, create a Frostbite. Okay, well now we at least have Swing Big on a 2-card hand here. Swing Big on a 2-card, so we can AB3 this, not feel so bad. This will pay into the Frost Hex at least. We just want to get the Channel Lake out. Or I guess we can't AB3, this will just pay for it anyway. Okay, that's fine. Breaking this Frostbite effectively saves a life anyway. We eat 4 damage on this turn. What kind of chump loses the 50-50? Well, it's not even like the 50-50 would work. Because if we draw discard the Beast Within, there's no knowing like what colors those cards are. If they're both red, then like same deal. The turn just ends. Because they'd respond with Channel Lake and I can't pay for the other red, with the one floating. So I'd have to like preemptively crack Barkbone in the hopes that I win the 50-50 in the hopes that I now am playing around a double red draw. So like, that is just, I mean, do you want to just like lose the game off of making a play like that? I don't think it's worth it. Because as of now, like, we do just need a window for Blood Rush. That's what we wait for. Blood Rush is pretty boring, but it is all you need to beat Wizard. This hand sucks pretty bad. I guess it lets us play... CNC is pretty useless. I wonder if I even play a card then. I don't think it's worth it. Just hold the hand and AB with it. So in that case, I want to keep both of these cards in case they just pass. So I'll go ahead and discard the CNC. You can have the CNC. My turn will just be pass. This is really fun and engaging gameplay over here. Why not discard CNC and pay the Blood Rush with Pulping? They have a Channel Lake. But the lake is out. That's the one hope. It does likely stick for one more turn. I mean, it'd be really lucky for us if it doesn't stick for one more turn. It probably does, though. And then we have a pretty good hand for this Blood Rush play. We might even just force the Blood Rush anyway through the Channel Lake, just because we have Beast Within and Skullcrack. Alright, yep, so Channel Lake will stick. Channel Lake will stick. This is coming in for 6. So now we have to make the call. Do I just AB into this and play patient, or do I take the damage and try to force the Channel Lake turn? Force the turn through the Channel Lake. Because I have good odds of hitting Skullcrack or Beast. Beast being ideal, obviously. But it's still 4 attacks, because I have to pay through the Blood Rush, the Claw. If it's Blood Rush, Claw, 1 more attack, that's at least mildly relevant, them being at 17. I don't know if I can really just wait 1 more turn entirely. But there's no way that CLF sticks a 3rd turn. The risk there just becomes, do they draw the 3rd one? I've already seen 2, it's turn 9. They did cycle some cards, so it actually is getting likely that they just naturally see the next one. I think I have to try to play the game next turn. God, that feels so miserable. So we're looking at 6 damage, 7, 8 damage right now, go to 10. Their turn, if it's, you know, by God, like Blue Emeritus, Waning Moon, anything with Storm. I'll just die. Oh, they pitched the third channel turn 1? Oh, they pitched the third channel turn 1. Okay, if that's the case, then I think I'll try to just wait. I'll try to wait then. One more turn. Can we survive one more turn? Here's hoping. They could still draw another Iyslander. There's another Iyslander. Well, all this damage we have to eat because I guess we're trying to pay through the Iyslander, but that's 3 frostbites. Jesus Christ. I mean, can't wait every turn though. Like, can't just do nothing, even though the Icelander's really trying hard to make me do nothing. I think since we haven't seen another Blood Rush, we have to just force it, because there's a good chance we can Blood Rush into Blood Rush on this kind of turn. And if that's not stopped by a Channel Lake, then we can still just win off that. We do have Barkbone to try to force resources after the fact as well. The problem is we still need to pay for the Blood Rush off of this. It's sad, because I'd like to like force the Beast Within discard, but I actually don't want to give up the yellow. Like, you know, I could AB that right now, and then we like force the Beast Within discard. But having a yellow on my own turn is... what's the difference there? No, I probably should give it up, because the Beast Within just replaces itself. Yeah, I probably should give up the extra yellow to force the Beast Within discard. I think the line where we win, though, is Blood Rush draws into another Blood Rush. That Blood Rush discards Beast Within and just keeps going off. I have a feeling Beast Within would discard Blood Rush here. Not like there's anything I can do about it. Should probably just have forced it to be the discard. Oh well. And it was a freezing point in Arsenal. Okay, well, now we just die. Because they have Stormstriders. So, this is cool. They have another Frostex in Arsenal. So at least we know it won't be damage in Arsenal. We can at least, I guess, like force that it's Beast Within now, but it doesn't help. We will just die. Yeah, this, like, we just die. Because we pay into Blood Rush, and then they just literally play anything Stormstarter's Waning Moon. So, and we don't even get a window to play Barkbone, because when we pay for the Blood Rush, the Frostbites don't break yet. They're still on the stack. So, yeah. Oh. Is there any line where I break Barkbone on the opponent's turn? To break the Frostbite now? Does that do anything? So it wouldn't have actually worked in a way where I get the resources to then pay for AB because they only fused on the second attack. So I don't think that was ever a real line either. Right? Because the first thing was just Waning Moon. And so if I respond then, like there's no Frostbites yet. So it really only would have worked if they lead with Freezing Point, then I try to respond Barkbone, break this, pay, and like that kind of does something. It doesn't anymore. So we do just lose. Literally just lose. Here's the game. Oh, they are letting it through. I feel like this is probably not right. Like, I have 1 represented. So, I'm going to deal 1 damage guaranteed with Beast Within anyway. Okay, yeah, there they go. So, all they need to do is deal 5. I really enjoyed this game. I love the moments of interaction. Thought they were really fun. I totally understand why they balance Brute around being a non-interactive class. It really does make sense. Although they didn't kill me on this. That is odd. They're just trying to like say no to Blood Rush. Huh. Oh, wait. Oh, no, they did kill me. Oh, yeah, because it counts the previous frostbites, too. Yeah, okay, cool. Nice. Nice. Good job. Good draws. Nice. Good draw. What else can we say really sarcastically? I'm not going to say fun. That's too overboard. What else can we say? Good deck. Good. No. I think that's good enough. That's good enough. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it there. No more. No more Mansalt. Your decision commentary carried the experience. Well, we tried. I think the only moment of real choice would have been to just turn one YOLO the Blood Rush, because in theory it draws us closer to the next Blood Rush, but we actually just never saw a second Blood Rush anyway, so I don't think that super mattered actually. In the moment it is actually a better choice to play Blood Rush turn 0 though, just because it draws you closer to the next one. So that was a mistake. That was a mistake. But as it turned out, it didn't matter, because we never saw another Blood Rush anyway. I guess the other misplay was potentially not trying to force the Blood Rush at when we knew... Yeah, it was like just a channel we'd play through, I guess. But, you know, that's not really a correct call or not, because you don't know what you're going to draw. And if you just don't draw resources, then, you know, I'm just eating damage to deal 5 damage. So I think the major misplay was just not using Blood Rush turn 0. That was the big problem. But we didn't know it was all Arcane Iyslander, to be fair. I thought we'd have more room. And just didn't. Alright, Boltyn. What the hell works against Boltyn? I've seen a lot of people play Raiden recently. I think people are trying to warm up to Raiden because it's more fun. And probably going to be relevant in Dusk Till Dawn. So maybe let's click. What does the Visceri board look like? Oh, okay, they DC'd anyway. I actually think this is probably close to what I would end up doing. I think I'd hedge a little bit more that it's Raiden and take like one playset of these. Not both. Both is overkill. But cut like... God, like cutting 6s just feels miserable, but you're like axing your consistency as soon as you start taking things out. I don't know. I mean, these cards suck. So I'd probably try something like this. Oh my god. And then like all these are Berserk misses. How does this deck work? Oh lord. Oh lord. Unga Bunga, never cut 6. Yeah, almost only Raiden on Talishar. Exactly, that's what I've been seeing. It's really cool too, because Raiden is such a sick deck. Like, Boltyn is a really, really interactive deck. I love playing against that. He's got like spike turns, right? But they cannot, like, it's not possible for it to happen back to back. It is not possible for Boltyn to just like draw hand, have the nuts, draw hand, have the nuts, because he needs to play around Tunic, he needs to play around like having Soul. He normally needs to play around setting up an Arsenal because he's card negative when he charges. It's a really interactive matchup because there's like real windows of pressure. And you can like plan around sideboarding because of like needing to side out maybe some attacks that are normally blocking cards. Like, it's really cool. I really like the deck. A lot of fun. Mansalt will come back the second Vis shows up. Yeah, funny enough, like, actually, I have nothing against Iyslander. Like, I think the matchup's, like, normally pretty fun to play. I just don't get the design philosophy of how LSS has, like, talked about balancing Brute around, like, interaction. And then things like Iyslander are just, like, better than that, though. That's what I don't understand. I have no actual problem with Iyslander. Most of the time, I do win that match like pretty handily. I stomped that match all through Pro Tour, but they were on the less disruptive version. To be fair, that version does feel better to play into. And Jimmy's always been a Raiden lover. Yeah. Oh, back in the day, actually, when I was kickstarting, like, you know, being the Levia channel, I thought it was such a fun time. You had Dozer as the Prism guy. You had Jimmy as the Raiden guy. You had me as the Levia guy. Like you could have your little niche, you know? Everyone got in so deep with Monarch that like you could just have your little community, and it was so sick. It was so sick. All right, I'm going to assume they're Raiden, and we're just like racing the hell out of them. But does that really mean I don't bring in any of this stuff? Sure. We're playing as the deck intended. Oh my god, it's Sabers. I think this is better though. This is actually better. What am I saying? This is better. I want it to be Sabers, right? I want it to be Sabers because then all my intims matter way more. Also, I did lose. Let's update that. My opinion on Brute CC is that they should ban scabs, give Brute non-dice legs, and give the hero actual good cards. So here's the crazy thing, Narabedla. I think Rhinar... Oh my god, he's kind of... Oh, here, let me, Here, I'll ask for the rematch. So he had chosen to go first. I'll give him that same choice. I'll choose second. So here's the crazy part about banning scab skins, right? Levia has hooves. Rhinar has, whatever these called, beaten trackers. Those cards are really good. They're great pieces. Like, they are amazing leg pieces. They are so good. It's what the decks want to do. It's an extra action point on demand, right? So if they ban scab skins and gave Brute like a amazing arm piece, I think that goes a long way. Give Brute an amazing arm piece somehow, like another Battle Worn 2, right? Ban scab skins and then shape up some of the card quality you've been giving us. That's how, if they're going to like Band-Aid patch the class, that's honestly what I would do. You don't even need to worry about replacing scab skins with a new leg piece. We have good leg pieces, but give us a new arms piece, right? Because that's where we'd struggle if we don't need to take Gambler's Gloves. How's he able to submit deck? I guess Talishar Bug, right? That's actually a pretty good idea. Thank you. Hey, trust me, I live, eat, and breathe Brute. It's all I do. Sometimes I wish one Brute player, like one diehard Brute player, could just like be in the room sometimes and like try to figure out what's going on. It's wildly confusing sometimes. Like, what's going on? Not saying it should be me. You know, what do I know? But there are some very smart Brute players out there. All right. This is the most damage. We can set up Savage Beatdown for later. Actually, we probably should have rolled Scabs, right? I'm pretty sure with this deck, you just do it. That was a turn where I could have rolled Scabs to try to Meataxe into Savage Beatdown. Was like a potential line. So, misplay, actually. I'm supposed to roll Scabs a lot. I'm supposed to. Although, this will feel better. Like, having this in Arsenal and then rolling Scabs, sure. Like, that feels better. That feels better. Although it's a 3 cost. We're looking at a hand that just wants to swing big anyway. Sure. Yeah, so I think I just want to swing big with this hand anyway, I think. Or do I? I mean, they'll just take the Quicken, right? They'll take the Quicken. Their soul is at 3, so they do need to attack with something else before Lumina still. So I don't think they'll get good value out of the Quicken. We're waiting. I want to see the blue. I want the blue to start. Then I'll feel good about going for the Savage Beatdown play. Plus, giving him an extra soul on Engulfing Light, just not worth it. Right? Just not worth it. As a mech player, why can't you live with just using Goliath all the time? That's crazy to me. Dash is so good. One set. One set. Brute is so bad. One set. What happened there? Alright, there we go. We're in. We're in. Oh, watch them just have combo right now. It's actually possible. That's hilarious. Yeah, they have all the soul in the world now. They could literally have double Lumina here. That's pretty funny. Screw it. You don't. You don't. Oh, no, it's just like mid-range damage. Interesting. Wow, really interesting. So we're keeping this entire hand in the hope Scabs hits. If it doesn't, we can at least Sand Sketch, I guess. So that feels pretty good. But we do want to play as the deck intended, so I'm going to just keep it for Scabs. This is how you never play Levia. This is how you literally never play Levia this way. But it's how you play Rhinar. Oh, yeah. Yes, brother. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, such high quality use of Scabbies, baby. Just the best. Alright, that's like very fine. Do I just Savage Beatdown now? Hope it discards Beast Within? I think if it doesn't, I can still Meataxe, right? Yeah, that's fine. Eating more than a PB&J coming up. What's wrong with my PB&J, man? Ah, swinging my meat for 5. You like that? On a Blood Rush, it'd be a 7. Much more closer to how the Europeans do it. Alright. Bolt of Courage. Did they charge? They did charge an Express Lightning. Well, they're really getting up there. That was a good turn. Now do we ever play like an animal and just keep rolling Scabs? There's no way, right? Like, there's just no way. Berserkin Arsenal would be kind of cool, though. I think I gotta keep Berserkin Arsenal, right? But then, what am I doing? If I keep Berserkin Arsenal, then I'm blocking, like, Barkbone, Skullcrack, and then just returning Skullcrack. Seems pretty bad. Or do I just live by the Scabbies? The problem is, man, like, what do I even want the Scabsons for this turn? I guess I play it. I then pitch this Berserk Meataxe. Oh, no, that's awful. What do I even... No, like, Scabsons doesn't even work this turn. There's nothing. It'd just be if I want to, like, Skullcrack into Meataxe. Which is... I mean, that's not bad, though. If my plan is Skullcrack into Meataxe. That's doable. You know, 11 damage off 3. Arsenal a card. It's not terrible. Not terrible. I actually don't think I care about the... Do I care about the card draw? And the problem here is... I do this... They have so much soul that they probably just give this go again. Like, who cares? They get an extra card here and they just deal more damage. So blocking this effectively blocks 2 damage because they would just pay into a Centauri here. Which they might do anyway, to be fair. Feels pretty dumb. This feels pretty dumb. It blocks more damage now, though. And there's no way I'm ever using my armor to, like, fully block their Luminas. I just kind of die on the Luminas anyway. So we have to hope we just... Yeah, we have to just, like, get ahead of the Luminas. That's all we got. Get ahead of the Luminas. Yeah, you want to talk about interactive gameplay? Let's get to some Scabskins rolling with no gamblers. That's the peak of interaction. Peak interaction. I press a button and my turn might just end. It's the funniest thing on Talishar. I was actually talking to this with David, the Riptide guy, where on Talishar, if you're playing as Levia and you have enough blood debt to die and you just click Scabskins, if you don't have gamblers anymore and it hits a 1, the game just immediately ends. Like, it's very hard to track what happens. You just click Scabskins, it rolls a 1 and you die. Like, it all happens instantly. And your opponent, like, doesn't even understand what happened. They think you conceded or something. Like, they don't get it. It's so funny. It's so funny. And it happens all the time. It's so... Because, like, your opponent doesn't even get to, like, let you undo the roll. And be like, oh, no, it's fine. Just, like, don't roll. They don't get to pity you. The game just ends. There's no undo button. You just hit 1 and you instant die. It's all just a button click. It feels... It's so funny. It's so funny. All right, man, this is a Centauri build that's, like, really mid-range. And funny enough, I don't know, the deck just, like, hasn't drawn damage. Right? That's what happens when you're gated by Blood Rush, I guess. When you're gated by Blood Rush, sometimes you just don't draw the damage. We are running into an issue here, though, where having to keep a non-block red is, like, just awful in this hand. Nightmare fuel. Nightmare fuel. Do I really just eat all this damage? My hand doesn't present anything. My hand is like pretend Berserk works, right? Pitch here, one float. Pitch into pulping, pretend that hits, draw a card. Then, I guess, Meataxe, that draws a card. I end with 2 cards in hand. That's wasted. So is my turn just play Berserk Pulping Ravenous in the hopes that Berserk hits twice, and then that gives me a new arsenal? I mean, that's how I'd be card efficient, in theory. Or I just play this into Meataxe Swing in the hopes that I draw, like, you know, not a red and discard the yellow. Oh, a lot of maybes. There's a lot of maybes. At least we have Barkbone, I guess, to fix a little bit. If we really wanted, like, the full Scabs line, then we keep the Savage Feast. I almost said Savage Feats. Then we would keep the Savage Feast. Lead the yellow on that. I think the turn is fine keeping this hand, though. I don't want to risk it all in a Scabs play. Risk it all in a Scabs play. It's going to come down to that at some point, let's be fair. But this hand is okay. Oh, yeah, babe. Oh, yes. Oh, God, the good stuff. Yes, the draw, discard, blood rush. The first one we've seen all game, and it's in the bin. Ooh, Lord, dude. Okay, so Berserk wouldn't have hit anyway. There's one. There's one, right? My opponent at least gets a choice now. They get a choice. Give me 2 cards, or I'm going to swing the Meataxe, man. Scary stuff. Scary stuff. Give me 2 cards, or I'm swinging Meataxe, buddy. And you better be careful. Ah, dang, dude. Dang. Dang. No Meataxe this turn. Wasted 3 life. Ah, rough, brother. Oh, never mind. Never mind. There's a chance. Yeah, give me 1 card. Give me 1 card. Let me swing. Oh, take it. Take it. What do you think? What can I do off 2 cards? What's the best I could do? Swing big. Ah, damn, dude. Never mind. Oh, this hand? Let me tell you about how good this hand is. Let me tell you about how good this hand is. Oh, my word. And that was a good hand out of them. Wait, did they even charge? They didn't charge anything. Okay, their hand sucks. All right, so what do? This is a Berserk Scabskin's turn, because if all we do is Berserk into Bighorn, they just block with 2 cards, and that's it. It doesn't have go again, and we just, like, we wasted the turn, right? So our plan has to be lead with Meataxe into either a new card or hope that that Intim plus the barraging Intim makes this barraging then function. That's it. That's all we got. That's all we got. Because otherwise, this hand is a 3-card 6. Jesus Christ. Oh, Berserk Skullhorn also works. Oh, good point. Good point. We do run Skullhorn for that reason. Yeah, do we Skullhorn Berserk? Let's do it. It's the Skullhorn play. Take it. Eat. Scabs always hits. You're right. Who am I kidding? Okay. I mean, that is a card. Alright, that's Intim number 1. Here's the problem. If we barraging now, there's a chance that, like... I mean, what can they not block with? Literally just... What, like the potions and the chess piece, right? So we're banking a lot on them not being able to block with 2 if we Bighorn right now. So the correct play is Meataxe. The correct play is Scabskins for Meataxe now. Alright, I'm going to be a little preemptive on this one. Let's just update that right now. Let's update that one right now. These Arsenal cards suck, but we'll put this one in. Oh my god, I hate this card, dude. What is this? What is this, man? Alright, it's good that we took like 3 hours to talk about everything but a Meataxe Rhinar deck. It's good that we did that. Because let me tell you, I can't play this one for 6 hours. I'll tell you right now. We're keeping this. We're keeping this. If you don't kill me this turn, we gotta do something good at some point, right? That's gotta be what's happening on this turn. Has to be. Now Berserk is just not gonna miss for like the next 5 draws, right? Like that just happens. That just happens. How is the life not just like 1 to 30, you know? That's surprising. Oh yeah, dude! Yes! Yes! God, yes! I live for this. I live for this. I live for it. Yes! Oh god. The rush. The rush of this level of gameplay, man. You don't get it in any other deck. Lord, oh, unique. It's unique. It's unique. I'll tell you what, it's unique. God, Jesus. Ooh, they didn't even block with Gallantry Gold. They didn't even block with Gallantry Gold. Who needs to? Who needs to? They didn't even block with Courage. Who needs to? It makes no sense. Why use block on cards when your opponent just passes you like 3 turns in a row? What's the point? What's the point? He's right. My opponent's actually right. What's the point? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'll give him the satisfaction. How about I don't block with my scabs either? I'll make a trade, opponent. I'll let you beat me and I won't block with my scab. We'll equate it a bit. That way you won't be too embarrassed. Why didn't I play Berserk first? I did. I played this Berserk. And then it drew and discarded the second Berserk. Come on, Doctor. You think I'm that stupid? I played this Berserk and it drew and discarded the other Berserk. What? You see all 3 here? You see all 3 here? Look at that. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. I played this one, and I discarded this one. Fantastic. I know, blink and you miss it, right? Blink and you miss it. The plays are that intense. It's crazy. What's insane is that, like, not only was that a 50-50 to hit Beast Within anyway, but, like, it was 50-50 to straight lose the game or, like, have a playable turn. That was the difference. Beast Within all of a sudden doesn't even look like the best card anymore because it didn't even bail us from that, probably. Instead, the other 50-50 was just straight lose the game. Oh my god. Alright, good job, opponent. Oh, they're giving it go again. Oh, it's fair. I could have a defense reaction. The guy's right. I could. He doesn't. This could be an Oasis for all he knows. Oh, and we roll a 6 on this one, though. That's gaming right there. GG's. Galaxy Dueler says LOL GG. I'll say LOL too. He's LO. I'm laughing. It was fun. Oh my word. Did I already put the loss? I'll just put 10 losses. This should dissuade people from playing this deck. How about we do that? I'll just put 10 losses right now. Okay. Nope. Oh, open format? Oh, Jesus. No. This is, how competitive are we? Yeah, 0%. There we go. Why did you do this to yourself? Hey, this deck, that was like the worst low roll. Let me just tell you, that was the worst low roll. It is possible to have good games. It is possible. It is. Alright, so this matchup is probably slow enough that I can truly roll Scabskins every turn, and it will balance out. It probably will. Do I need to go for like the spiky Skullhorn, or do I want to play safe with like Crown on a Leave No Witnesses? Nah, we're going full greed. If we're really rolling Scabs every turn, Well, he's a defensive deck. Ravenous is probably still a bit better than the Mandible Claws. Let's go, baby. I don't even want these. These cards suck. Still wondering how this deck reached top 32. Well, you can watch the deck tech about it with Savage Land News, my boy Nathan. They do have a really funny chat about it. The guy who played it is a comedian. His profession is comedy, so it's quite funny. Like he played this deck, and he's a comedian. Like, oh, it just all makes so much sense. It all just makes so much sense. Get these trash cards out of my hand. I'm full blocking. Give me one of my good cards. Give me one of my, like, 3 of good cards in the deck, please. Alright. Bottom to Reckless. Value. Alright, how high rolly do we want to get? What is that, a D-React in Arsenal? No way, right? Do we just roll scabs first anyway? Hit. Hit. Disgusting. Alright, so I want to save the pulping then. Try to save the pulping. So this turn is just swing big Meataxe. Well, if I'm gonna Meataxe, actually, should probably do it first, because if it does discard the pulping, I want more knowledge on, like, how to arsenal my hand then. So I actually am gonna Meataxe first. It can't discard both my good reds, you know? I'll still have something to do. Okay. Well, we're still kind of leaving it up to whatever's off the top. Because now this hand is just a pulping instead. Hoping to arsenal the Wild Ride. Wild Ride's a better arsenal target. Because, whatchamacallit? Because it's not conditional on them having a D-React here. Reincarnate trigger? Oh, we're gaming. It's the good stuff. Low-key, after Levia, Arakni is the hero you want direct support for. The hero ability is so fun. I agree. I actually love playing Arakni. Oh, it was a D-React in Arsenal. Boom! Outplayed. Outplayed. Finally. I promise I'm not ass at this game. You know how you as well can try to look a bit cooler as you play similarly terrible decks. You could be a patron and get these League of Levias sleeves unlocked for you. How cool is that? Look at those sleeves. They look slick. You can roll ones in style with a card back this cool. Tell you what, right now. You want to make that 10-0 into an 0-10? Become a patron. Unlock these sleeves. And your luck will tank. But you'll look cool doing it. Okay. Let's see. This hand... Yeah, I'm keeping this hand. Don't leave no witnesses, me. Literally not leave no witnesses, please. Okay, good. In terms of what we... Yeah, I mean, ideally we're pitching both yellows anyway. If the plan needs to pivot, I'd rather have the Smash Instinct in hand because we might, like, draw blue. Okay. Well, that's pretty worst case. Drawing all reds here. Not discarding Skullcrack. But we have a lot of time in this matchup, to be fair, so we'll just play... I don't know, depending how they block, we might just play CNC. But most likely the Bare Fangs. Or go for Meataxe, you know, the problem would be it's a random arsenal, you're 50-50 on what you would end up with in arsenal. So it's like, it could be Bare Fangs, but it could be like a yellow Wrecker Romp, and then what do, you know? Okay, well, we're not playing CNC then, that's for sure. And we're glad that wasn't a pulping, right? Look at that. They know how to play the matchup. Well done, opponent. Yeah, to be 50-50 the Meataxe. I think the 8 value here is fine. We just don't get the arsenal. We'll have room. We'll have room. Yeah, riled up in arsenal, not that good, right? There's like 6 blues in the deck. There's like 6 blues in the deck. So, riled up in arsenal, not really playable.
I think there's actually 8 blues in the deck. I know it's a lot. It's really hard to keep track of. I think it's actually 8. What was it? 3 Sand Sketch, 3 Wrecker Romp. Oh no, but we put in the Reckless Swings and Tear Limb. So it might be 10. It might be 10. It's a lot. It's a lot, guys. No wonder the Iyslander matchup looks so bad. Holy moly. Arakni needs a real spec. So, they said something on the Pro Tour panel that gives me hope. They said that there might be more Royal Heroes in the future, right? There could be more Royal Heroes in the future. So, Regicide becomes more relevant then. For one, right? More relevant then. Number 2, the differentiation of like Arakni having specializations that are very different from Azuri as like a differentiator. James White did say, he did mention that like their specializations will go down different paths. So between those two things, I hope Arakni is a real hero. I hope. Because he's a very cool hero. Alright, this is a Savage Feast hand. We're rolling scabs on this hand. Gentle plug, Savage Feats. Best production company in the business. Oh god, never mind. It's falling apart. Do they have a, I don't really have good targets. Can't be a CNC, no floating. Alright, let's just see what they get first, right? I'm eating a PB&J. And the bread is stale. It's like college living all over. I don't know why I'm doing this. Out of Arsenal A. The go-agains are actually really valuable, but Swing Big is just like monster stats, right? The go-agains probably matter more over the course of how I want to play this game. Like the draw discards just have Berserk synergy, right? So let's go ahead and keep a Wild Ride. Let's keep a Wild Ride around. And then just Meataxe on our turn. Or I guess not Meataxe. We could do the oh no, we can't do the Savage Feats because we had to discard to the Skull Crack. Yeah, so we will just block down Meataxe. One card 4 is better than 2 card 7 in terms of what the Frailty is doing for us. That's assuming this hits though. It's gonna miss, right? Yeah, okay, it missed. Yeah, that 1 card 2. That's quite a bit worse, isn't it? Savage Feast not playing the Berserk, instead pitching the Skull Crack. Makes it a Scabs play. Means we eat 4, get the Reckless Swing banished off the top. But if Scabs hits, then that's at least Savage into Meataxe, maybe even Savage into Wild Ride Meataxe, depending on like how good the draw strip color is. That's putting your play against behind Scabskins and taking 4 to do it. I think this was still better if the Meataxe had hit, but you know, we don't control that. We don't control that. Okay. Please no disruption this turn. That'd be kind. This isn't even like, it's not even good to start with. We don't have the blue pitch to really get things going. Oh, okay, but it doesn't look like a very disruptive turn. Maybe. We'll see what the last card is. Oh, they went buff power? Oh, yeah. All right. Keep it. Full send. Oh, actually, I should block with Barkbone. 1 second. I might just Barkbone it. Screw it. Let me think about that one more time. If my turn is Berserk pitching here, Barkbone for a resource, Wild Ride, that gives us 66% chance on the Beast Within discard, whereas if we overpitch the Beast Within instead. It gives us 50-50 on the Beast Within discard. I think it's like... Is it really important that we hit Beast Within? It kind of pluses us insane value. Because Berserk will trigger, Beast Within will trigger, we'll draw 2. We convert that into a Wild Ride turn, that draws another one, might discard the next Beast Within. Into, at that point, we're like up another 3 cards for potentially Scab's attack Meataxe. I think the ceiling's pretty high. So, I think I do want to do this. Watch the Barkbone roll a 1, though. Watch the Barkbone roll a 1. Okay. Looks like it bugged out for a second. My opponent might need to press something. Okay. Here we go. Maybe Brute is the best viewing experience, though. Not gonna lie. Alright, do I Skullhorn first? Maybe I Skullhorn first, right? Maybe I do that first. Yeah. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah. Good call. We're going off. We're going off. We're going off. Skullhorn is to remove bricks? Oh, well, we didn't do that right. Alright, we didn't find a blue, so I kind of still want a Barkbone. Not gonna lie. I kind of still want a Barkbone. If I have Barkbone, it lets us lead then with this Wild Ride. I don't want to use this one next. I want to use this one next. 8 discarding a yellow is fine. It kind of keeps the train going. Might even be to the point where we could play like a Bighorn after that. Keep going in that direction. So I think I do want a Barkbone. Let's just see. Don't roll a 1, please. Takes away all the decision making. Okay, no. Now let's do this. We hit another Beast Within and we drew another Beast Within. Oh, baby. Oh my god. Alright, we're really going. We did lose another Berserk and a Blood Rush, though. Did lose that. And they inertia trapped. Okay, well, now we can Wild Ride here. Right? Or is it better for me to Bighorn right now? What's the difference? I'd pitch the blue. It's 50-50 on discard the Beast Within to keep going. Whereas if I Wild Ride and just, like, miss, the turn is over. So I think I actually do Bighorn. Oh, and we hit the Beast Within again. All right, let's keep going. Now's probably the right time to roll Scabs, because I don't want the turn to just direct end on the Wild Ride. I'd prefer to, like, go ahead, get the attack in now, then Wild Ride into the Meataxe, right? So let's Scabskins now. Nope. Okay, so we do have to just Wild Ride instead. Let's not miss that, please. Okay, keeps going. All these draws don't amount to much, though. That's a little sad. I mean, that was like crazy, but I don't have it anymore. You know, like it's gone. That turn is gone. I don't have something big again. Berserk missed on that one anyway. It didn't matter at that point. It's fine. These aren't great arsenals, but it is what it is. I mean, that was cool and all. Should have re-rolled Scabs with Gamblers and been a hero. Oh my god. Maybe that's the play. If it would have won the game, I would have done it. But the difference was an extra, like, 6 damage, right? Not game winning. To break Gamblers on. This in Arsenal is pretty bad. So I think that means we Scabskins. If we're gonna Meataxe, then I do want to block with the pack call right now. Although it's not very likely I have non-6s on top. I dug through a Blood Rush, 2 Berserks now, both Reckless swings. I'm seeing 2 Sand Sketch in my hand. So if I want to scale the hand like really and be really smart about it, I should block with these 2. That way if I miss on Scabs, I can at least cycle in a new like 3 cost in Arsenal, because those are at least playable. Is Bighorn and Arsenal that bad? We lost 2 Berserk, so I feel like it's pretty awful. Yeah, so we're not gonna block with Pack Call. We'll leave it up to whatever's on top. We'll leave it up. I'm fine with it. Oh, my opponent might help me here. If it's a Blood Rush, they'll get rid of it for me. Thank you. Oh, baby. My Terra Limb! That card's pretty good. And a Savage Feast. Oh god, now hitting me with the Leave No. Okay. Well, we can pretty clearly do we even care about protecting the arsenal? Here's the problem is this hand doesn't do anything. So, we might as well protect the arsenal, because it just doesn't function. We can just 1-card 5 them in return. Nice. I mean, this could be our Blood Rush play. Like, if we have to block down on a Blood Rush hand, we can at least, like, Scab Skins to Meataxe, Smash Instinct. That's a fine Blood Rush hand. This hand's pretty good. Pretty good. Their hand, pretty bad. Sure, let's just 2-card 8 them. No reason to do anything different. Let's get rid of some trash. Two-card 8, when they have Black Tech and Mass down, should be a little bit more tricky for them to at least get the free Quicken off of. They like the free Quicken, but not if they block down 3 cards. If they block down 2 cards with Equip, then I think they quite like it. Because it's very likely that they can, you know, set up something needs to quicken on off 3. But off 2 less so. Okay, they take 1. Huh. Alright, well, knowing those were in hand, CNC's kind of better there. Because it's specifically 2 defense reactions. We didn't know. Alright, don't disrupt me. We'll make a play this turn. Don't disrupt me. You want to take 4 cards off the top? Take 4 cards off the top. Do it. Do it. I dare you. Do it. You won't hit my last Blood Rush. Oh, damn, they did. Alright, we have 1 good turn left. All we've got is this Blood Rush turn. Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen. Questionable start. Questionable start. We do have to roll Scabs now. Questionable start. Crap. Okay, well, now we take the risk on pulping. That's all we got. Oh my god. Alright, now the game is over. What the hell, man? Now the game is over. Sheesh. It's probably a defense reacting arsenal anyway. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. No more Blood Rushes. We don't really have a way to deal damage ever again. There were 2 non-blocks in that hand, so, you know, the most I could really do is give up the Blood Rush turn, block with Scabs. Make my turn just like pitch 2 into Meataxe. Yikes. Alright. Good thing the score does say 0-10 already. Because we are remarkably out of gas. We have 1 more Berserk. But we're done with first cycle, so like all the draw discards are basically gone. Well, I say we're done with first cycle. There's like another 2 hands left probably. I haven't counted, but with the Blood Rush draws, the Eradicates. Nah, I think we're probably done. We're probably done with the first cycle of cards. Because I pitched a Berserk, I'm pretty sure. Oh, yikes. Okay. Alright, now we just need to play every hand to be like a 6 and a Ravenous. We need to roll Scabs like every hand. That's basically all we can do. So, if I can like reincarnate. Oh yeah, Reckless was that was sent to the bottom off of a pack call. So yeah, this is this should be all cards we know. What do you say? Go again? He said draw a card. All right, we'll just get 2 value off that. No, I guess in theory, yeah, putting a Reckless Swing in Arsenal is pretty bad, but they can at least disrespect it. Putting a yellow Wrecker Romp in Arsenal is like a pretend Berserk play at least. So I guess we do that. But then we're losing the blue in deck. Does that really matter? Because it's never going to be blue Wrecker Romp in Arsenal. No, I think we have to do this. We're going to hit Scabs anyway, right? We will. We're going to hit Scabs anyway. Nice. Alright. This is about all we can do to try to win. Not even sure. They're going to block with 2 cards, and then we Ravenous Meataxe. And that intims a card and comes in for 5. And we chip damage that way. And we know we have Reckless Swing in the deck. So we can try to get there that way. That's it. That's all we got. Hey, free resource. What's left? Let's take a brief survey on that. There's a Savage Feast left. That's a pretty big enabler card. There are no more draw discards. There's one Tear Limb from Limb. That might be enough. A Tear Limb from Limb and a Savage Feast on Scabskin's hits are like probably enough actually. This game might be a draw. Don't get your hopes up, buddy. I can do a lot here. I can pretend. All right. This looks pretty clear to be either a pump up or black tech into another 0 for 4. Considering we haven't seen many codex, we haven't seen many leave no witnesses, I'm going to call it most likely as a black tech play into another 0 for 4. So then we do want to block 4 here. If they have like another shred or a pump, that's like the blowout, right? That sucks. That would suck. I'm hoping it only like kind of sucks, not sucks. All right, they have a shred. They do have a shred. Do they black tech into a codex? That's the question. They do not. Okay. Then I like this actually. We got a CNC play. We got a Berserk in Arsenal. They're on 5. It's doable here. We need our next hand to be like the Savage Feast, Tear Limb for Limb, hit Scab's turn. That's it. Meataxe killing me versus him not attacking a Reckless. We have enough intim that we can win. We have enough intim to win. So unless I play terribly with those last 2 intim turns, then I can see a draw. But I'm not that dumb, all right, Pat. I'm not that dumb. Come on, I'm your teammate, buddy. The hell? Oh, actually, that's not confirmed yet. Never mind. Oh my god, that PB&J soaked through the napkin and is on my playmat now. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yikes. Yikes. At least this is a junk playmat. Oh my god, that is just sticky. Gross. What did I get out of Arsenal? A spreading plague? Spreading what? Spreading plague? Yeah. Why was that in Arsenal? Come on. Oh my god. We can do it. I didn't even know there was a Savage Beatdown in this deck. Alright. Hit Scabs. Berserk. Meataxe. Savage Beatdown. We got it. We have it. Wait, does that even work resource-wise? Well, yeah, because we draw off Berserk. Yeah, it'll work. It'll work. It'll be fine. Hurl? Take it. I'm eating this. That's a Codex in hand, though. 100%. How's it not? You know, they've only played 1. Uh-huh. Leave no witnesses. Here it is. Alright. This one does suck a little bit, because we'll have to pivot the plan. I can't give up the Berserk, or I have actually no way to win. So, the most damage I can do is just returning back the Smash with Big Tree. Returning 6 is pretty darn relevant. So I do prefer that play over Meataxe, because I also don't want to mill the Savage Feast or the Tear Limb from Limb. But that means I have to go up the Savage Beatdown, which I think is okay. I mean, it wasn't going to work this hand anyway, unless we got lucky. So I think we can just give this up. We can give this up. The Reincarnate actually might be more important than the Wrecker, because I think 2 more are still in the deck, actually. Yeah, okay, so actually, I don't want to give up the Reincarnate. I want to concentrate those so the Meataxe actually shuffles them back. But am I out of blues if I block with Wrecker? We have 1 Reckless Swing. There's a Wrecker here. There's a Wrecker I'm blocking with. There's a Wrecker here. So the last 2 blues would be a Tear Limb and a Reckless Swing. And if I'm trying to play the Tear Limb from Limb and Berserk, I kind of need a blue pitch to kickstart that. So giving up the blue sucks. I know the Reckless is pretty far from it as well. But at least I'll keep pitching back the Reckless, so I guess that is my blue pitch. Yeah, I think I only need the 1 blue pitch in the deck. And that's the Reckless Swing. I think we're okay. Interesting. It just sucks. We know that we're not going to draw that hand together. I don't think so, unless the Tear Limb is like the bottommost card. I don't remember pitching the Tear Limb from Limb at all. That must have gotten sunk by a pack hunt. Or maybe I'm crazy and there's not 2 in the deck. I thought there was 2 in the deck. It's fine. You spilled a lot of vodka and tomato sauce on your playmat. Why not? I'll add a little coffee. Let's go. Yeah, luckily, playmats are machine washable, if you didn't know. You can just toss those into your laundry machine. Message, yo. Okay, they block 6. There's the Tear Limb. Oh my god, another Savage Beatdown? We have a second one. Wait, we can actually make the same type of like Berserk Savage Beatdown play. How did I not know there was a second one? What's going on there? I could have sworn. Yeah? Okay, so we never blocked with the first one. So there was a second one in the deck the whole time. Alright, well, once again, let's hope they don't disrupt our arsenal, because we can go for the Berserk Tear Limb play at least. Off the back of a Ravenous. Let's see it. That's all we got. That's all we got. Although it's probably another Codex, not gonna lie. Oh, they pass. Okay, so this is the play, right? We know the next card is actually not Reckless Swing. Reckless Swing should be, I think, the 4th card in. So there's not another miss in the deck right now. So we know that Tear Limb from Limb would hit. We know Meataxe would hit. We know Berserk would hit, right? We do know all those things. Yeah, the 1 Reckless Swing, but it's like the 4th card down. It's not on top right now. It should be like 4 cards in, is what I think. Maybe 3 cards in, but either way, I don't think it's relevant for this turn. So how do we plan this turn then? I think no matter what, it does start with knowing what Scabskins does, so we'll probably click that in a second. Let me just double check all other lines. If we lead with Tear Limb from Limb, the problem is drawing and discarding doesn't, I mean, there's no way that the result ends up being playable, because we won't draw a blue. We won't draw a Wrecker up off of the Berserk, is kind of the problem there. Alright, I guess that's playing Berserk first. I think the best thing we can do is Berserk here, pitching the Tear Limb, right? 2 floating, Scabs, Meataxe. That comes in for 5. Our hand is then 4 cards at that point. Our hand is 4 cards. Because Ravenous is going to draw, discard something, and then we're going to replace with Berserk. So we're really hoping that we can then not discard Savage Beatdown and go Meataxe into Beatdown, and that's the game. Like, that's kind of the line. That's all we've got. Okay, perfect. That is all we got, and it did happen. Oh, god damn it! Dude, what the... Come on! That's all we had, man! That's all we had! Why you do me like this? Oh my god. What the hell? We actually planned for everything. We used our brain as a brute. We used our brain as a brute. Like, come on. And we get punished by the freaking RNG of it. Oh, it's so frustrating, man. Jesus. I think we can probably still win, though. We probably still win. A swing big for 8 is probably good enough still. This is probably good enough. Oh, wait, actually, hold up. Hold up. I can int him. I have a wrecker romp. Okay, wait, it's over. It's over. I apologize. I'm trash. I apologize. It's over. It's over. It's over. Never mind. Never mind. I forgot we had a discard still. We had a discard. Jesus Christ. Phew! Oh, good lord. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Heart attack. Heart attack. GG's. That was a good game. That was a good game. I enjoyed that. Well, alright. We'll be real about the list. 1 win. Let's just start subtracting from the loss bank. We'll put it at 1 win, 9 losses now. That wasn't even swing big, baby. That was yellow wrecker romp. Confirmed OP. Yellow wrecker for game. World first? World first? I don't know about that. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Smash Instinct also had Intimidate on the card. Okay, yeah. I suck. I suck, apparently. I was tunneled on the one Intim line, and there were 2 others. I suck. I'll say it. Okay, okay, okay. Good. Good, good, good. Good game, though. Whew. Too much coffee. Dorinthea. Against Blastoise Kid. Oh, who's in the chat? Oh, they DC'd, though. Wait, this person's in the chat. Or they were. Oh, they're back. Hey, good luck. Alright, against Dorinthea, this deck has so many non-blocks and no club plan. So I don't think I can pivot into actually respecting the Dorinthea, which kind of sucks. I think we can just play it closer to just a Berserk list with D-Reacts. Or not Berserk, Blood Rush list with D-Reacts. That is like super boring. But it's a better game plan than just trying to high roll with Berserk, I'm pretty sure. Something like this. Take these out. Put in all the blocking cards. We do like our 2-card 8s, though, as the game trades. Can probably give up on 1 playset of the draw discards. Dorinthea giving up 2 cards feels pretty good, so we might bait them with pulping a bit more than the guaranteed wild ride does anything. Okay, I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this. This is unfortunately a Blood Rush kind of game, though. Unfortunate. Oops, where'd the card go? Oh no, I have no hand. Smash was better too, because if they had a direct in Arsenal, they live and you have 1 extra card in my deck. But Wrecker was 1 more damage. Wrecker was 1 more damage. You get him at 1, completely irrelevant, because we have no breakpoints left in the deck. But maybe it mattered to some other degree. Like a Meataxe is a 5, that could be weird. They did have a bunch of 2 blocks actually. So I actually think 1 more damage matters, because we still had 3 reincarnate in the deck as well. So the plan of like Meataxe fatigue was actually gonna survive for a bit. Well, they're starting strong. Kind of the blowout start, funny enough. Well, we give them equipment, I guess. Try to not just lose to a free Dawnblade counter turn 1. It sucks, but we do have to try. They very likely go over the top here. Very likely. You know, I actually played a yellow Recurrump in my Goliath Gauntlet game against Pablo Pintor when I won. I played a yellow Wrecker. Like, I actually played it out. Oh my god, they actually have Iron Song. What is happening? Am I allowed no fair games? Am I allowed no fair games? Oh, Jesus Christ. I have to give one more equip. That's so lame. That's so lame. I don't want to give more equip on this BS. Come on! Alright, so if I let it happen, give them the counter. They don't end up with an arsenal. It's actually probably pretty fine for me to just block out the Dawnblade next turn. Right? It's probably pretty okay. It's very likely fine. I'm not giving up armor on this. Because most of my hands are not worth keeping anyway, so I can likely full block the Dawnblade and just remove it next turn. We tried to be cheeky. We gave her the Barkbone. We basically took their arsenal for giving them Barkbone. That's value-ish. No, yeah, don't do that, buddy. Don't do that. You like letting him have the counter? Yeah, I think now it's right. Like, there's no way I give up 2 block on just 1 counter. Like, that resetting a counter when it matters is much more important than 1 on turn 0. And it's still fine to give him Barkbone there, because they only had 1 floating, so it's either like they pump for 3 and don't swing a second time and just get damage through, or they have exactly Iron Song response, right? Exactly Iron Song response. So giving up 1 equip there, I think was fine. Well, we roll scabs because we have the room. Not a 1, please. Not a 1, please. Not a 1. Okay. Not bad, eh? Skullcrack and Arsenal actually doesn't matter for this list because we're not playing Tunic. So this is just not the right Arsenal card we want on a Blood Rush turn. I'd rather it be like Savage Feast so I can reset Arsenal on like the blue draws or something. Or an extra Intim, right? So I'm just going to play out the 12 damage right now because they're likely trying to keep this hand on the Dawnblade anyway. So Skullcrack not worth the Arsenal is my assessment. If we had Tunic, it'd be a different story, because then we're actually waiting for the Tunic curve of having Tunic up, Blood Rush, 2 cost an Arsenal, Claw, Skullcrack, and not sweat it. That's not how this list is going to play, though. What time is it after all this? 2:25? Not bad. I did say I'm going to shift to just 4-hour streams daily. So we'll aim for like 11 to 3 to be the norm. So I'll probably jump off after like 1 more game. This week's pretty important. I need to be spending my time on some production stuff for Battle Hardened Baltimore coming up this weekend. So yeah, we'll probably call it at 3. So 30 minutes. 30 minutes. But I will keep it up. We'll do 4-hour streams, at least. 6 hours was too much. That was pushing it. It turns out I actually can fill my time with productive things. And so I kind of want some of that time back. Alright, well, this hand does block pretty well, because none of these cards are worth anything. If anything, blocking 9 Arsling Fate Foreseen is my highest value play. Keeping one of these cards to throw 3 is also a question, because Dorinthea most likely tends to take that kind of stuff. They want to keep their whole hand, so it just depends, like straight up mid-range value trade. Is my card worth 3 defense or 3 offense? And it's likely 3 defense on this turn, because they're coming in, yeah. So we'll do this, basically force them to have something, and then we can blow it out with Fate Foreseen anyway. If they don't have something, we Arsenal Fate. And that is fine. Oh, hey Sam, you're back. 1 in 7? No, it's a joke. This deck feels so bad though that I'm subtracting from the wins, or subtracting from the losses. So I started us off at 0-10, and every time I win, I'm gonna adjust. But it's pretty close. It feels like an 0-10er. It's not. It's a 1 in 9 until we fix that record. The win was against an Arakni too, which is not a real deck. So, all right. Steelblade Supremacy turn. Kind of sad. I wouldn't mind trying to force a Savage Feast. I'm gonna keep saying Savage Feats. Hand in a matchup like this, but not when they're showing a Steelblade turn. So we're just going to save the Beast Within in case we have to pitch stack some Blood Rushes, and just block the 9 now. I don't know if that's quite right. Maybe I don't mind actually blocking 6. Forcing them to go over, because if it's a Twinning Blade, then I want these cards in hand. If I force them to go over, I have the Fate for it anyway. If they go over twice, though, which is pretty likely because they have the 2 cards in hand here. That's my fear. That is my fear. With Tunic up, 1 floating, these can pretty easily be 1-cost pumps, no sweat. I actually think I can't really play around both lines. If it's pumps, I need to block 1 more. Force them to have... Go to 9, 13. They go up to 8, 11. Like, that still beats it. If it's 20, they just go around, and then I'm trying to block 7 on their 5 attack again, and it's the same deal, because they'll have 2 cards in hand, Tunic, so I'm blocking 7 on their 5. I'd have to throw an Equip if I really wanted to say no. I think I'm going to try this line, though, because I want the Savage Feast in Arsenal. That's the difference, is I actually want to cycle this out now. Savage Feast should feel pretty good. The other consideration is I can't force every Blood Rush hand I see. They do need to be kind of crafted. So maybe I don't want Savage Feast in Arsenal because I need to save it for Blood Rush, actually. So I think that's slightly better. Slightly better. Since we don't have the Tunic, we can't really play it inversely. We're going to have to set the Blood Rush up first, rather than just draw into it. So I think we'll block this way. Please don't be twinning. Please don't be twinning. You mean Savage Feats? Pretty much, right? Pretty much. Okay, they route. Well, we do get around this. This is pretty good. We do get around exactly this. Don't have another pump though, please. Or if they don't block. Okay. They glint. Let that resolve, I guess. Is there any difference letting that resolve or playing the Fate first? No, because it would always resolve and they can always respond. Okay, so let's Fate now. If they go over, but we can at least block 6 on the next swing. Not a big deal. You mean Savage Feats? You guys are gonna joke with that one for a while, eh? That can go in bottom. We just need Blood Rush. It's the boring game plan of just needing Blood Rush. The boring plan. Getting a route and a glint out the way feels pretty good. And a Steel Blade. I mean, if all that can disappear on 1 turn. We're starting to count it down, and that was only at the cost of 1 defense react, so we have 5, 7-ish more in the deck. Pretty good. Problem is now these cards kind of suck to put in Arsenal. Suck a little bit. Wow, they suck so bad, I kind of want to Scabs just for 6 damage. Nah, because if anything, this unlocks Crown. Yeah, so let's just 3 'em. Arsenal Beast, which is most likely our Crown target. Swing big play. Savage Feast play. Leave Beast and wait for their CNCs. Well, against Dorinthea, I might be waiting a long time, eh? I hate crowning just to get trash out the arsenal, because in theory this is just as good as most bad Rhinar hands, which is just a 2-card 6, right? Like just a 2-card 6 here is kind of what Rhinar does anyway. But there is room in theory to like actually play out the swing big, like Arsenal the Savage Feast. That kind of thing feels pretty good in conjunction, like if that's what we're using Crown for, where we like block, Crown, this draws a resource card, that's our swing big, Arsenal Savage Feast, like that's kind of the circular way to use Crown all at once, which might feel pretty good. We'll see what they do. Oh, it's a glistening turn. Okay, I might not even keep a single card. Let's see it. Glistening twinning. It's always glistening twinning. It's glistening twinning. It is. Ain't nothing I can do about it either. It's gonna be glistening to winning, isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, yeah. Okay. Very tough stuff here. This is like the block 9 type of play. Like that's what I should do. I should absolutely block 9 on this. Twinning gets around it though. It costs them 1 more card. They'd have to pitch 1 more into Tunic. So if they twinning and I block 9, their play looks like Dawnblade for 3 with 1 card unknown. I can play around that, I think. That might be okay. Problem is we just have to give up so much. These cards were all cards I wanted to play. 2 cards from hand and Crown doesn't get around 2 pump 3s, like, just at all. 2 cards from hand and Crown is 8. And if they pump to 9, then, like, what was the point? I just gave him Crown for no good breakpoint. Because we haven't seen any of the 1-cost pump 3s, so pretty likely we're staring down stuff similar to that. Strokes, Out for Blood, the new one with Piercing, they run like 9-ish. Yeah, so we have to do that. And this isn't bad. Keeping the blue here to at least swing out the beast within is fine. Reset Arsenal or something. Okay, twinning. This is what we talked about though. This is okay. They're going to have to show us 1 more card. Show me 1 more card. Okay, so it has to be literally Iron Song response. If it's Iron Song, that's fine. We'll just take the reset turn next turn. Not a big deal. Okay, it's not. Cool. We don't hate that. Not a bad turn. Not a bad turn. We did everything right. Into a Blood Rush turn. Okay, so we're staring down 0 counters, although they do have the gas. They're starting with a Go Again Red. Yikes. This might be where we crown then to Arsenal Blood Rush. Might be the kind of deal we're looking at. Crown doesn't line up really well on this block though, is kind of the problem. It'd feel like a bit of a waste to do that. So inversely, we could just give them Crown and play Blood Rush and just let them have a good turn. The problem is we're letting them have a pretty good turn. Like this is really high value. I want to just block 9. Nah. Let's just play the Blood Rush out, I think. I think. We're going to have to sack Crown on something weird. So I guess we'll sack it on the second attack when they try to pay into Dawnblade. For Braveforge, we can block 4 like this. Cycle Beast. Yeah, we'll do that. Feels rough. My gut instinct most of the time is just block 9. Like every time I would just block 9. We're gonna try to a bit different, because this list is just not the same as a normal dedicated Berserk or Blood Rush list. It does still lean more aggro. So falling back on like the pure blockout plan just feels like you could just kind of punt your own turns, because you play that way and then you just draw the non-blocks. You're like, oh well, shoot, you know. I just wasted windows early because this hand has forced me to play aggressive. If I was playing a normal Blood Rush build, you bet I'm defense. Like, defense more than offense every game. Alright, now, I mean, they really likely have something around this, but we kind of are forced to do this because the Beast Within's so bad. Drew a blue to kick things off. That's pretty good. If they don't have... Well, any 1 for 3 still works. Okay, no, it didn't work. Okay, I mean, kind of bad value to stack equipment like that, but at least it didn't turn into a counter. So we have two really big windows now. We have a Blood Rush turn when we're ahead on life. Granted, we're way behind on equip. Into whatever we end up drawing. Okay. Nice. This is good. This is like actually perfect. That turn cycle worked out perfect. We found the blue so that we don't end up with like awkward pitch situations where we lose Arsenal. Because now we just pay yellow for claw, swing big, Arsenal riled up. Riled up on a subsequent Blood Rush is 7 damage. It's better than anything else. Well, 9 damage. Base 7. And now we're kind of in like our racing position because we got off a 20 damage Blood Rush. We're not going to be facing back any kind of Dawnblade retaliation. We have a good arsenal for our next Blood Rush turn. We still get to keep Barkbone. We have 1 more block. We have Scabs. Feels good. If you wanted to block 9 every turn, you should have brought Meataxe so you could throw back 5. No, that's not how the matchup works. You just deck yourself. You can't block 9 Meataxe. You lose like 4 cards a turn. So you have 15 turns, then you die. So you can't actually play like for blocking out with Meataxe. If you have Club, you can. If you have Club, easy. But into Dorinthea, I still run Claws. Even if you're on a defensive deck, you can just kind of concentrate your deck into just kind of denying their Dawnblades, have good Blood Rush turns, and then like set up an alpha and you just win. That's kind of all you have to do on a more defensive Rhinar. It's pretty easy. The matchup's like pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so we landed not that much damage. We took their hand though. So we're really hoping to draw Blood Rush or like, I don't know what other enablers we kind of have, but... Well, we'll... Yeah, I mean, we'll sink below. This is pretty good. Definitely pretty good. No need to sink anything. I don't want to draw red. We know that this isn't a pump 3. Or they would have played it last turn because the glistening was there. So this should shut them out. Pretty sure. I'd feel really dumb if it's like a nourishing, actually. That'd be the difference maker. But I don't think... There's nothing I can do around that anyway. If this is just randomly the nourishing emptiness, that just hits. Every time. No sync. If that's turn end, it feels really good. Okay, nice. We're lucky this game. We're a little lucky. We're a little lucky. Swing big again. Oh boy. Here it comes. Drew a blue. So off the back of Barkbone, we can have a pretty good turn here. We need Barkbone to hit at least 1 resource. So not a 1, please. Not a 1, please. Okay, perfect. Perfect. This game is just like classic mid-range Rhinar. It's just working. Notice how every other hand was worth more defensively because my cards suck. But then Blood Rush makes all your cards actually now worth something. That's like, it's the difference. It's the difference. Your hands suck unless they're Blood Rush hands. That's actually quite good out of them. Well done. Well done. 1 card block on the Mandible. Feels pretty good. I'm actually considering playing out the Riled Up just so I can put Swing Big in Arsenal. I think that's definitely the play. It's 1 damage difference, but gives us a much stronger Arsenal. Much stronger. Because this is going to get the +1, so it's 9. Pretty relevant. Here we go. Well, that's upsetting. I think, what did we play, like 3 games so far? Or 4 games? And 2 of the games were Blood Rush games, 2 of the games were Meataxe games. Is that right? I wanted more Meataxe games. I could have just locked in Meataxe every time. But I appreciate the practice on, like, playing the deck as it's designed to, you know? Playing a deck to actually function, rather than just memeing, is still, that's worth the experience for me. I do like that. Yo, what's up, Mr. PMA? Good lord, what is that win rate? Well, it is a bit of a meme. I started the deck at 010, and we're working our way back up. I had to accept the win rate. Mentally, I had to accept it, that it was going to be a certain way. So we just kicked off 010. You know, I can just rip the Band-Aid off. Rip the Band-Aid off. It's an 010 type of day. But then we're working back. Alright, this hand kind of sucks. This is what I was saying about playing defense and then drawing all the non-blocks. Right? It just doesn't work. You can't play full defense if this happens. Life-wise, we really like where they're at, so we can kind of take a bad turn and not hate it. We can take a bad turn and not hate it. The real sadness is I can't just block 6. I'd love to just block 6, and then when they react, I fade over it. That'd be fantastic. Man, yeah, this turn sucks. I think I'm going to just let this happen. We're going to let this happen. If they commit refraction, we'll rethink the plan. But if they glint, you know, feels better. We definitely have room to have bad turns, though. We have the room. Alright, because 6 and 7 are like the same number to what our hand blocks. If they're going over it, they're going over it anyway. Or no, sorry. Oh yeah, duh. The 6 doesn't persist. Yeah, it's just the first swing. Okay, so we like this a lot better than actually. Because now they're going to commit something and we'll fade on it. Yeah, okay. This is better. This is better. If somehow they don't pump this over, insane. Okay. They will. Let's see what they go for. It should probably be an Iron Song. And if they go for Iron Song, then I actually don't want a Fate Foreseen. I'll just let them have it. They can just have it, and then I'll swing big Arsenal Fate. Would feel pretty good, I think. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, this brings it to, they didn't pump it with Brave Forge, actually. Oh, yeah, so I can block with Fate. Oh, yeah, never mind. I can block with Fate. I do Fate here. I do Fate here. This is pretty big. That's a pretty big deal. That's a pretty big deal. I forgot about that. It wasn't base 4. Okay, so now we do just return swing big. Even though it's super card and vision, I'm not going to take a 2-card 3. Like, that's just not going to happen. Especially with where their life is. Really unfortunate. I would love one of these cards in Arsenal. Love it. But it's not how the deck draws. See, the problem with, you know, the kind of cards they're giving us? What do you do with a red non-block variance-based card? What do you do? Well, you basically play it first cycle and pray. But then the problem with them all being reds is when you draw them in, like, weird sequences, your choices are gone. Like, you don't get to play them, actually. They clunk, they suck, they can't block, they can't pitch. Like, it's just, I don't get these cards, man. If they were yellow, I'd love it. If these were yellow, it would make sense. It would make sense. You know, play defense early game, pitch in the non-blocks, have a second cycle dedicated to playing aggressive or defense, like whatever. You'd have control. You would have control over your mid-range game plan if these things were yellow or if they blocked. But as reds, you just don't. You just don't. They are variance incarnate. These cards are very annoying. Very annoying to me. What's up, Gaddy? Rhinar's like Arby's with all the meats. Oh, you missed some. You missed some good jokes there. What's up, TCG Talk? We've been chatting about that all morning. Okay. Hand is definitely a Bare Fangs type of hand. I do just kind of want to block 6 on it then. No reason to keep these. Because it's really like, I can give up one of them because 50% chance to keep one in Arsenal is like kind of fine. But I don't mind giving up both here because it blocks the way you're supposed to against a Dawnblade, and then it doesn't matter what the top is. We don't leave it to like a 50-50 to have a bad Arsenal without Crown. We just don't. We just know it won't be an Arsenal. Alright, they're going to get a Dawnblade counter here. Not the biggest deal because they're out of the Iron Songs now. That's all 3 Iron Songs gone. We're only going to take 4 damage for this turn to happen. They only have 3 equipment block left, and we're about to... Oh, wait, actually, hold up. Let me rethink that, sorry. Yeah, let me rethink this. So actually, we know they're out of Iron Songs. So if we block now, and just Arsenal Bear Fangs, that's a bit better. Because this card is now irrelevant. Yeah, I think we basically take no chances if we play it this way. It's just it's the safer game plan by a mile. Alright, let's do that. I thought it was 4 for some reason. I always assume the second swing is buffed by Braveforge, but it just doesn't fit every cost curve, right? It just doesn't. Okay, so now we Arsenal Bear Fangs. Nice. Into a Blood Rush turn. And that's all we need to win. Who would have thought? We play defense every turn, and then we play 3 Blood Rushes and we win. How boring is that? It's like... I mean, it's the good way to play Rhinar, but it's not... At least if you think about your blocks in this kind of matchup, it's interesting. There's real gameplay you feel like you're participating in. But at the end of the day, like, your damage is just 3 of these damn cards. I've subscribed to how Savage Land News plays Rhinar. Incredibly block heavy, 0 cost intimidates, help our blood rushes. Well, he doesn't have a list that won an RTN. I have the Rhinar list that won an RTN, Mr. PMA. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. Who's the better Rhinar player? Let's get that out of the way. No, Nathan is amazing. But he did have a very unfortunate run of RTNs this year. Whereas I didn't. I played 2 in Rhinar, top 8 in 1. But my list is actually really close to Ali, the top 8. What was that? Calling Antwerp? The difference is our sideboard packages were different. The main deck was like the exact same. I think we were like 9 cards different because I sideboarded more like anti-ninja stuff and he sideboarded more anti-ranger stuff. Was the difference. I mean, there's nothing they can do that really blows us out here, so I'll just get the... Yeah, I guess I'll just, like, make them have a pump now, even though they're low on resources. If they commit to it, then, like, fine. Because to get full block value is, excuse me, let this hit and then probably block out if they pay into Braveforge or something, but I don't think they will be able to. This also helps us craft Blood Rush with a little bit more information. Do we want a guaranteed yellow on top? We're going to be pitching here, discarding here, 1 floating. If we draw a yellow and a red, that still then pays for Claw Bear Fangs, so a yellow is good enough. What we don't want is 2 reds, so yep, let's keep the Wrecker Rump on top. Yellow is good enough. Pulping in general is just below rate. 2 for 6 initial go again that requires 3 card hand unless you have Hardened Cross Trap. So essentially it's a 3 red for 6 minimum with more conditional. Yeah, but that's the issue with... Oh man, this is annoying. This is actually going to basically let them survive the last Blood Rush, most likely. Yeah. Oh, interesting. This will let them survive the Blood Rush, basically. Do we still go for it, knowing that it won't be a full power Blood Rush? I actually think I wait. I don't want to play the Blood Rush. I think I'm going to hold the Blood Rush. That feels so awkward, but if that's what we're doing, do we want to go to 15, or do I want to throw back the CNC? I think I want to throw back the CNC. So let's just take the 6 here and just hold Blood Rush. Because we're not going to win with this Blood Rush on a 5-card hand, knowing that it won't be Claw attack. That's not going to happen. So it looks awkward, but this should be a bit better. Yeah, so evaluating pulping just by the numbers is not quite like how Brute works, because Intimidate is a lot of implied value. On top of the fact that Go Again is so rare for the deck, that the fact that it is like a Go Again piece itself puts it in its own like hard to evaluate category, because Go Again and Brute is not the same as Go Again in like any other class, right? Because of the compounding value of like more Intimidate cards in a concentrated turn, the ability to turn on Mandible Claws, right? The like a Berserk synergy for one, right? So pulping, I think overall is actually, if you're only playing it in a 2-card hand, yes, it's bad, but you're not playing that card in a 2-card hand, so it's actually incredible, right? Because that card is not played in a vacuum. It is played hopefully like pretty in line with like some larger turn you're setting up. Off the top, it's not necessarily going to line up that way, but in Arsenal, off the back of like having a Tunic lineup where you could maybe pulping into Tunic Club, like those lines are why pulping is really good. It is a very good card. Bare Fangs rate-wise is more obvious. Like this card is a 2-card play for 8 damage Intimidate. Like that is good. That rate-wise is just good. Not, you don't have to dig into that one too much, but like yeah, the pulping and Wild Rides are a different kind of value. Which is why the game devs actually discard the whole... Oh. Yo. Okay. That's why the game devs discard the whole idea of like the math behind card design. You know, all the formulas that people put time into trying to figure out with like, you know, oh, there's like a base value formula. Everything's like 15. If it's got this, it's -3. This, it's +1. And like a conditional effect is worth 2 and it works. The game devs have said that that's not how they design cards at all, which I think is a little unfair to just say flat out. They definitely design cards like to some kind of formulaic degree. They do. Oh yeah, see, so now we just get to say no blocks. We just ignore everything because we've got game in hand basically. Like they obviously do design cards to some kind of formula, but I don't think it's as by the numbers as just like a card needs to equal this value. I don't think that ever happens. Because there are cards that are above that, cards that are below that, so... yeah, just double checking here, because we have one more block on Scab Skin, so the question becomes... Block here and just make them have something to get them off Arsenal, basically. Because we know they have no more Iron Songs, so if we want to get them off Arsenal, then we should block now with the Scab Skins. They still get the Glistening, sure. But now we know that we're leading our turn with Blood Rush Blue, which kind of means we don't need the extra card. Because if we lead our turn now with Blood Rush Blue, discarding a yellow, we'll have 2 floating. We basically need to draw 2 yellows or a blue-red. Drawing red-yellow does still suck. Let me check the reds here. We're on turn 10, so we can actually get a pretty decent idea of what reds are left in the deck. 2 Skullcracks are left in the deck. That's pretty scary. One CNC is left in the deck. That's not that many reds. We have all the defense reacts too, though. So I think because the defense reacts are in there, that's what's going to skew it. There's 2 more defense reacts as well. Yeah, so I don't think we get them off Arsenal here. Yeah, we don't get them off Arsenal. We just let it happen. They might play it anyway just for damage, and if that happens, cool. You know, didn't cost me the card. They do get a massive Dawnblade though, but they will have to full block, or they just die to Reckless at the bare minimum. Let's see what we draw. I'll feel pretty rewarded. Yay, it was the double reds. Yep, so keeping the yellow at all did protect against double reds. Because now we still get Claw, Bare Fangs. So yeah, I very much like that we kept this. Yeah, just block with Scabs? Nah, no point in blocking with Scabs. It doesn't fix any math. I'd rather block with Scabs on a turn where we're resetting Dawnblade just in case this doesn't kill him. Scabs fixes when it's, you know, awkwardly like 1 over. See, the cool moments with Rhinar is when you actually take a look and can, like, count on how poor your card quality is to make plays like that. Where you're like, you know, my deck has a lot of bad cards in it, so actually I shouldn't block because I have no faith. Only in Rhinar, you know? Only in Rhinar. It's a funny thing. What a funny little deck. So, we don't necessarily kill them unless... Wait, yeah, we do, because we'll get one more... Well, if this hits. If it doesn't hit, then we don't kill them, right? Because they're just going to block here, take 2, go to 3. This comes in then for 8. They can block 3, 4, 5, 6. They'll take 2, go to 1. Yeah, so we need the Intim to hit to actually win. But either way, we'll get all the cards out of them, at least. And we have Reckless Swing for inevitability, so... we will win at some point, some degree. It can't be like Tunic for Steelblade either. Maybe that's even a Steelblade. Like maybe they just can't even play it. Pretty likely to hit. There's only like 3 misses in the deck right now. Yeah, okay, we win. Yeah, the misses that were likely in first cycle still were 1 more Sink Below and the second Reckless. And I think that's it. So yeah, we were very likely there. Cool, GG's. See, okay, that was a good game. That was a cool game. It's nice when you get to actually like interact with a Dorinthea, and you're not playing a deck that just like can't do anything. You know, can't block. Blocking is cool when like you kind of need to. All right, so let's be real. The win record on this deck, win rate was 2-2. I will have to jump off here. I've got a lot to do this week, so we're going to stick to 4-hour streams instead of 6-hour streams, which, I mean, hey, come on. 6 hours is a freaking lot. So what are all these Blitz games going on? What is happening, people? Blitz is on fire. Okay, this was a super fun day, though. Deck was fun. A lot of little head-scratcher moments there for everyone who considers, like, why don't I play Brute? You know, like, what is it? What is it about this class that's keeping me away? Go back and watch, I think it was Game 1 or Game 2. That's why you don't play Brute there. Like, those games are why you don't play Brute. Yeah, overall, good day, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We went over the announcement. We went over the announcement video, which I'll just go ahead and run one more time for everyone in chat right here. We'll just run it one more time for anyone who missed it in the beginning of the stream when it came out at 12. But this was the big announcement today. 4 years of flesh and blood. 3 years of callings, battle hardens, and more. 2 years of unforgettable experiences on the table and at home. And that's where we come in. Introducing Savage FEATS, a coverage team brought to you by Mansant and Nathan Dolman. From this partnership, we aim to provide high-quality coverage that's not just about pointing a camera at a table, but building a viewer experience by Flesh and Blood players for Flesh and Blood players. Here's what's in the pipeline. June 17th, Battle Hardened Baltimore, a team-sealed experience in partnership with MNR Podcast. July 15th, Battle Hardened Cincinnati, the first Dusk Till Dawn Classic Constructed event. September 2nd, Battle Hardened Columbus, the last-minute prep you need before Nationals. And September 9th, Canadian Nationals itself, in partnership with the wonderful Red Riot Games. Shout out.
Flesh and Blood continues to thrive, grow, and evolve in the TCG space, and we are fully committed to growing with it. If you're interested in partnering with us, either as a sponsor or to create an unforgettable live stream of your event, contact us here. We will see you all soon, bringing you next level coverage from the front lines of the world of Wraith. Until next time, stay
savage. And with that, everybody, thank you for tuning in. Goodbye. Woo! Step, arms, spin. What? Woo! And slide and tango. 1, 2, 1, 2. Slide.